product of education should be free, creative man who can battle against historical circumstances and adversities of nature. These are the wise words of philosopher, statesman, and former President of India, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan. His thoughts resonate the ideals of true education and the reason why we are all gathered here today. A very warm good morning and season's greetings to the august gathering present here on this beautiful December day. We, Jyoti Kiran Pisipati and my friend here, Dr. Kedar Nath Tadkor, Assistant Professors in English, on behalf of the Chairman of Prabodhan Education Society, Sri Sanjay Walwalkar, and Principal of Vidya Prabodhini College, Professor Bhushan Bhave, and the entire Vidya Prabodhini Parivar, welcome you all to this one-day national seminar, very rightly titled, Getting Ready for NAAC Accreditation in the Light of NEP-2020. Organized by our college in association with National Assessment and Accreditation Council. We have amongst us some dignitaries, esteemed members, Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Hari Lal Menon, Administrative Advisor NAAC, Mr. Chandrasekhar, Director, Directorate of Higher Education, Sri Prasad Lalekar, Principals of colleges across Goa, mentioning also our esteemed guest for today, Srinivas Dempo, Chairman Dempo Charities Trust, coordinators of NAAC, NEP, IQAC, and other states, members of other states, coordinators of all these three NAAC, NEP, and IQAC, members of press, representatives of our sponsors, and other esteemed members. We wish to inform you here that our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, will be slightly delayed. Therefore, we begin with the keynote address by Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan. I now request my friend, Kedar Nath Tadkor, to take over the mic.
Thank you, Professor Jyoti. I start out with introducing to you Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman of NAAC and the co-host of today's seminar. Professor Patwardhan has an enviable biodata that stretches to over 51 pages. I shall, however, restrict myself to a very tiny brief introduction of this erudite personality. Professor Bhushan Patwardhan has over 40 years of experience in higher education, scientific research, institutional governance. He is one of the top cited biomedical scientists and is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences and National Academy of Medical Sciences, India. Until March 21, he was Vice Chairman, University Grants Commission, and Chairman, Additional Charge of Indian Council of Social Science Research, Government of India. Currently, he is Chairman of the Interdisciplinary R&D Task Force on COVID-19 and member Advisory Committee constituted by the Ministry of Ayush. He is on the task force for the proposed WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine, member National Board of Examination, and Lancet Citizens Commission. Earlier, he has been professor and director at the Interdisciplinary School of Health Sciences and the Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, Savitribai Phule University. He has worked as an academician in the capacity of an academic head of Manipal Education Group, Director, Institute of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, Bangalore, and has been visiting professor at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. He has worked on boards of several universities and has been a member of important national committees of the Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Education, the UGC, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Indian Council of Medical Research Central, and Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences. He has worked on several policy-making committees and task force of the National Knowledge Commission, Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, and the Lancet Citizens Commission on Reimagining Indian Health System. He was also temporary consultant to the WHO in Geneva. He has made contributions in evidence-based Ayurveda, especially in Ayurvedic biology, ethnopharmacology, natural product drug development, and integrative approaches to improve public health system. His pioneering contributions on novel concepts such as therapeutic adjuvants, Ayusoft, Ayugenomics, reverse pharmacology, and network pharmacology are widely recognized around the world. He is a recipient of many prestigious orations and awards. I shall skip through them because there's a huge list. He has extensively traveled worldwide and delivered invited lectures at many national and international platforms, including the UN, WHO, American Chemical Society, National Institute of Health, USA, University of California, Pennsylvania, Penn State, Illinois, South Florida, Johns Hopkins, George Washington University, the Indian National Science Academy, Indian Pharmacology Society, Indian Pharmaceutical Congress, amongst many others. He has authored many books and chapters with reputed publishers, including Elsevier, Academic Press, Wiley, Pharma Press, Intech, and Research Signpost. He is founder editor-in-chief of journals of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine, published by Elsevier, and is on the board of several other reputed journals. He has contributed significantly to create awareness regarding predatory publishing and was chairman of the Consortium for Academic Research Ethics, also known as UGC-K. He has over 8 Indian patents, 2 US patents, and over 9,800 citations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a giant of a man in the world of education, Professor Patwardhan. I, at this point, request our chairperson, Shri Sanjay Valavalkar sir, our principal, Dr. Bhushan Bhave, and the program coordinator, Dr. Arun Marathe, to escort him to the dais.
Thank you. Namaskar. As the program is a bit changed, I am here to talk to you before the formal inauguration. I am happy that the chairman of this trust, Mr. Valavalkar, is also here with us. And also happy to see eminent industrialist, Mr. Dempo, who is also here. Vice Chancellor of Goa University is also present with us. My colleagues from NAAC, Mr. Chandrasekhar and Mr. Dr. Leena Ghane is also here. They also are going to interact with you during the question answer session. The theme of the seminar, I'm very happy first of all that to see principals and senior faculty members from different colleges from Goa. I was not knowing Goa University is the only university. Professor Harilal just told me that. And probably Goa must be the unique state where such situation exists, because at many places we have seen rapid proliferation of educational institutes. But like Goa has given several thought leaders to this country. My mentor also comes from Goa, Dr. R.A. Mashelkar. And of course, Dr. Kakodkar, all these people we have been interacting for several years. Pai Panandikar also, I remember. These are the thinkers who have given new direction to Indian policies, Indian developments. And so Goa has also a very special place for me, not only as a tourist destination, but as an intellectual capital also. Mr. Suresh Prabhu also is a very close friend, and he also talks about Goa. Visiting Goa as a tourist is a different experience, but interacting with Goa academic community, I thought that this was a very good opportunity for me to come here. And I am here not because my namesake is principal of the organizing college, but primarily for my respect to the Goa academic community. I will spend about 20 minutes talk. I don't want this to be a monologue, and then we will go into more of a question answer. So those of you would like to add on, comment, we will make it interactive rather than. So starting from the theme of this seminar, in which you're talking about getting ready for NAAC accreditation. I think that for getting ready for NAAC accreditation, first all of us have to get ready for giving quality education. Because the purpose of accreditation is improving quality of education. Purpose of education, the objective of education, and what actually we do in education, we have to really introspect what is going on. So I'll spend some time on that aspect, I also want to re-emphasize that the NAAC assessment and accreditation is not only for getting some grades or some CGPA number, which you of course should be proud of, but it is not intended to project your institution, to market it, and it is not about the race. What is happening today is it is converting into some kind of a race. Somebody is B+, I want to become A. I want to become A+. I want to become A++, This race is good. Competition is good. But the rat race is not good. So while, and the assessment and accreditation results actually are linked to your quality of education. So if you focus on quality of education, you automatically are getting ready to the NAAC accreditation. Why I'm saying this is somehow in our mind, when something is put before us, and something comes because of any compulsion or because of any regulation, then somehow we try to go on a mode called compliance mode. So this compliance mode deviates from the main objective for which we start all that, and there are several examples. One of the examples of this compliance mode is when I joined UGC first in 2018. Just before joining UGC, I had published a paper in Current Science, and at that time, those who may remember, UGC used to publish a list of approved journals. And this list of approved journals was used as a measure, during promotion, during appointments, during eligibility criteria, etc., etc. And because it was a kind of a regulation and because it was an approved list, completely went into compliance mode. So what was required? Publication in that particular journal which is in that particular list. So objective was not doing any research, but to get something somehow in that list. And as a result, what happened? UGC trusted academic community, and UGC said that you please suggest us which are the good journals in your, and faculty members unknowingly, suggested those journals in which they could publish easily. And this gave rise to what we call it as predatory publishing. And you won't believe, those who may have read that paper in Current Science, 88% of the journals which were in approved list of UGC were predatory in nature. What does that mean? 88% of the journals, you can just pay and publish anything. So pay and publish trash culture emerged because of this compulsion. Why this compulsion came in? Because there was a regulation which said that if you want to submit your PhD, you have to publish 2 papers in list approved by the UGC. So why UGC should approve any list? This is primary responsibility of academic community. So we converted that into UGC reference list. We said that we are giving you reference, it is up to you. And we put more onus on the universities and vice chancellors. We said that if you really want to assess an individual candidate, maybe for award of PhD, maybe for appointment of a faculty, or maybe for promotion from associate to professor grade, whatever it may be. But all this the committee which is sitting there, they have the onus. Because centrally, it is not possible to really do this thing, But the committee who is sitting there, they can refer the list. And we said that doesn't matter if your journal is not even in that list, but the committee sincerely and genuinely feels that the work done by the candidate is of the quality, they are free to consider this. So once we did that, and recently you may have seen that UGC has also removed this mandatory condition, because the moment it becomes mandatory, then the temptation to become compliant to that is really. Why I gave you this example is a real example, but this is applied to many other aspects in education today. So NAAC, if you look at the parameters which we measure, then you will see that many times we go on the compliance mode. Now NAAC used to give X weightage, for example, how many conferences you have attended. And you believe that like journals, there are predatory conferences also have emerged. And you may not know, or you may know also, that in a day you can manufacture whatever number of conferences you have attended. National, international, you just have to decide, and it is available. So this is mockery, creating mockery of research, creating mockery of academics, and we are not for that purpose. So this, I wanted to first point, just emphasis that please take NAAC accreditation as a ways and means to improve quality of education. Now let me come to the second point, education. I feel that in India, education, heritage and legacy was there, which was nowhere there at that time. When Nalanda, Takshashila, these universities were there, we were truly pioneering institutions in the world. People from all over the world used to come to India. Like today they may be going to Cambridge and Oxford and other such institutions or Ivy League institutions. But at that time, all of them, the idea of university also originated from here. It is not from Bologna. And this has been proved historically also. So Bologna declaration we may know, and we may think that university idea has emerged from Europe, which is not true. One of our senior colleagues and Professor Shailendra Mehta, he has written extensively on that, and Shailendra Mehta was professor and he was teaching actually, and his lecture given at MIT is excellent, wherein he told in front of Harvard and MIT professors that what you propose or what you project is not true. A brilliant presentation. So why I'm saying this, but we cannot go on living on our legacy. We have to really create our own history now. And where we were lacking, because not of anything else, but because of the several years of suppression. Our education was compromised, our ideas were compromised, there was plagiarism also. People have plagiarized many of our ideas in different parts of the world. So all this was happening, and then what happened is the colonial period. One of the requirement, what I always talk about, is there is a immediate need for decolonization of minds in education sector. Because if you look at the history, why 3 universities were established primarily by the Britishers? Just look into it. Why they established it? Kolkata, Madras and Mumbai. These 3 universities they established. What was the objective of that? The main objective of that is to create graduates who can speak excellent English and who can serve in East India Company. That was the primary objective. But later on, now we are 75 years, we are Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, we are. This BA, BSc, BCom was a Babu creating factory at that time. And then what happened is we started equating English speaking skills to the level of knowledge. Actually, knowledge and language Just because somebody is speaking English doesn't mean, but we started doing that. Somebody is coming in suit and tie and speaking good English, we think that he is a great knowledgeable person, which is not true. The kind of knowledge you may get in Indian languages is so phenomenal. Take it Tamil, I am not even talking about Sanskrit. Sanskrit as a universal language, as a knowledge source, is fantastic knowledge source. And all that was completely missing in our education system. I come from a Marathi school. I am from Pune. I studied in Nutan Marathi Vidyalaya. But I have no problem in traveling all over the world. I am talking English, but at the same time, even today, Mr. Dempo, when I read Marathi newspaper, I understand news better. So my own Marathi language, like Goan language, people would understand it better. So mother tongue, understanding in mother tongue is best, irrespective of any language. But we started getting eroded. And not only that, the entire environment was created in such a way that there was dilution of our culture, our distortion, not only dilution, but distortion of our culture, of our identity. Our identity was compromised to a great extent. And that was because of, primarily, it came through education. Means those who may have read, and this keeps on people keep on talking about it, but even today, and I will tell you, I'm not using any slides or anything, but when I make a formal presentation in which I use that slide, I give, starting from Macaulay's minutes to new education policy. One Macaulay's minute is still dominating the whole scene. And same thing in health, Bohr committee, pre-independence Bohr committee. After that, there are 20 other committees. And including the new health policy 2017, one Bohr committee dominates everything. So even today we consider Bohr committee very, very strategically sideline traditional knowledge or traditional health systems or Ayurveda and Siddha and Unani systems, very smartly they sidelined, and he made allopathy as a mainstream. We are still considering in our mind today that when it comes to medicine, it is only allopathy. In fact, we are treating medicine and health as synonyms today. Think about it. I talk to you about health, you think about medicine. We have been told repeatedly that by taking medicine you will get health, which is absurd. Because health is too precious to be outsourced to doctors. Health is in our own hands. Doctors are there and they are required, but they are there to cure if you have diseases. Same thing is applicable to education. Education, we have to really rediscover our own roots, our own education, our own pedagogy. Our pedagogy was completely based on questioning, inquiry, and all these elements we have lost in our today's education. Where is inquiry? Where is investigation? Today's education has become like a rote learning is also a very, very mild term, I would say. But we ensure that our students stop thinking, which is so sad. We don't encourage them to ask questions, How do we deal with them? We deal with them that here is a curriculum. If you look at the whole process of what happens in today's education institutes, and we all are part of it. If I am a student and I am passing out 12th, what I would do, I will go to the website and find out what is there. I will go to institute. First of all, I will have to buy prospectus. In that prospectus, I will know which courses are there. So I will have to choose courses which are there. I have no freedom. I will have to choose the courses which are there. Once I choose the course, I will get a syllabus. I have no choice. I have to follow that syllabus. After I follow the syllabus, I will get what is called as question bank. And not only question bank, model answers. Not only model answers, most probable questions. And my assessment will be based on how effectively I am able to reproduce what is there in the model answers. I am not allowed to use my brain. And if I don't use that, if I do something different, I am marked as failed. This is the reality of education today. Teacher's role is not this. Teacher's role to give information has gone completely because of the technology revolution which we are seeing. Completely gone. Teachers are not needed for giving information because students are much smarter than us to get information. Because they have grown with technology. We may have learned technology. They have grown with technology. There is a big difference between these two. So, then what is the role of teachers? Teacher's role is the facilitator. Teacher's role is telling or helping student to use that information with our own insights, our own wisdom, their own experience, and then it becomes a multiple learning platform. Today it is monopoly. I always say that teachers should have monopolized teaching. And institutions also have monopolized teaching. Why teaching should happen only inside the classroom, inside the campus, inside the university? Teaching starts, or learning actually, starts from home. Mother is our first teacher. Society is our teacher. Are we giving any weightage for that kind of a learning? Is the question. I'll give you one example. A Bharatanatyam student, and I have seen several girl students taking so much of effort, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, their parents also take effort, not only that girl. And the examination before Arangetram that Guru will take is tougher than any of our examinations which we take in our colleges. Do we give any credit to them? No. Sometimes we call them at extracurricular. Why extracurricular? Why not curricular? It is learning. Somehow in India we have an overemphasis of STEM. STEM is science, technology, aim is for mathematics also, and engineering. So but all these are important, but from where they have come? STEM has come essentially as a requirement from West. It is a typical term which was coined by US. Why? Because US realized that Indian students coming to US do exceedingly well in technology. Why? Because they are good in mathematics and basic sciences. And so they started focusing more on basic sciences and mathematics, and so science and technology. But that is not all, Today we have IITs, we have IIMs, we have AIMS, we have NIPERS, we have ICERs. Show me one single institute which is of that level in humanities and social sciences. Why this divide? We are going to create the right brain stream next generation. Is it good for our country? So this balancing the brain, holistic education, all this which National Education Policy 2020 is proposing is extremely precious. Nowhere before such a bold statements have come in the policy. This policy is talking about Sauda Vidya Chausasht Kala. Many of us may not even know that how many of these Chausasht Kala exist. Many of them have extinct. Chauda Vidya, Chausasht Kala, how many education institutes must be getting involved in that? And what a depth of knowledge. I am a biochemistry student, science student, I got attracted to Ayurveda or yoga. And when I looked into that literature, I realized that how inefficient and insufficient our own knowledge systems are. Our own meaning, the Aristotelian knowledge systems. Aristotelian knowledge systems which we are following today are based on the reductionist science. But our systems which are based on Panchamahabhutik theories, they are holistic sciences. And both are required. Whole and part, both are required. But we cannot just go on doing or producing only technocrats. I don't understand if student in 8th standard, somebody is advertising that we will teach you coding. So then what will happen to these students? are we creating human beings? Are we nurturing young minds? Or are we creating robots? This is the question we should ask. And we should stop really thinking that we have an authority to fill in everything, because the brains or minds or heads of students are empty baskets. And we have authority to put in everything, whatever we think is good for them. I think we need to change these mindsets. When we talk about education, or when we talk about assessment and accreditation, if you really look into the minute details of assessment, what we are assessing primarily today, we are assessing primarily what we call it as basically something which is easily measurable. For example, what is the area which you have? How many books are there in your library? What is the bandwidth you are giving? These are all important. But remember, these are enablers. Just because there are thousands of books in your library, or you have a big library building and you are giving excellent Wi-Fi facility on the campus, it is no guarantee for quality of improving education. They are facilitators, they are enablers. It is required, but it is not so. So now, and what I am telling you, please don't take it that what I am telling now onwards is going to happen tomorrow. I am talking about future of accreditation or future of assessment. These things will happen slowly. Changes are not going to happen overnight. Why I am specifically mentioning this, because similar kind of activity, and many states are now doing this exercise. These are all fallouts of Banaras conclave, which Prime Minister inaugurated. So now all the implementation of NEP. So these are all efforts in that direction. So this future, when we talk about, many times people think that what I am talking is going to happen tomorrow. And that's how some of the newspaper reports said. And so the confusion in the mind came, oh, these changes are coming tomorrow. No, these changes are coming, but may not be tomorrow. They are going to be in stepwise manner. So whatever I am talking now onwards, please take it in that spirit. And especially press is here, I wanted to request them that please don't project that these changes are happening immediately tomorrow. First change which we are trying to do is we are planning, and not planning, as we are talking. Mr. Chandrasekhar just told me yesterday, because I was in travel, I didn't know. Already for affiliated colleges, NAAC has announced everything on what basis you are going to be assessed, which earlier was not known.
It is Professor Bhushanji's initiative. It was completed in the result. He deserves a big hand for that.
So this was really difficult, because all these days we were assessing you without telling you on what basis we are assessing. And we understood your difficulties, your agonies also. I have talked with many principals, IPSC coordinators, and very few people might have got access to that information. And so they were having monopolized information. So we said, why not? In the interest of transparency, everybody has right to know everything. So we decided to make it completely transparent and announced. So as a first step, affiliated college benchmarks have been announced. You go to website today, you will get everything. So you will clearly know on what basis you are going to be assessed. This you can use to improve your quality, essentially. Where are you lacking? We are also offering you now a system by which you actually can do some kind of a mock to know where you stand. Because NAAC exercise is not a policing exercise. We don't want to become inspectors, come to you, do dadagiri there, and keep you under tension. That is not our objective. Our objective is help you, come to you. And our objective is same, how to improve quality of education. That is what is our ultimate objective. So this already has been done. Second thing, what we are now trying to, by end of December, you will see that similar kind of benchmarks and weightages will be disclosed for autonomous colleges and universities also. Yesterday I discussed with Professor Harilal, and he also, but wherever we go, we talk to the academic community. Wherever we go, we try to understand what are their difficulties. And improvement is a continuous process. It cannot happen overnight. So we have to go on improving as we face or as we stumble somewhere. And the same exercise at present is going on at NAAC. So now we are trying to shift our system from input-based system to outcome-based system. What is the outcome of yours? For example, in NEP, and we talk about NEP implementation, So what in NEP implementation you have done? We are asking you questions, But today we are asking you, what are you doing? Are you doing something in critical thinking? Because critical thinking is something which has come in NEP, or high order cognitive skills. This is one of the central point in education and educatedness. I want to also ask you, and this may come during discussion, I will be able to really expand on that. But are we really involved in giving true education to our students? Is a question. What is educatedness? If a student coming out of our college with a degree, irrespective of discipline, he could be engineer or she could be doctor or artist or whoever, but if that graduate is not able to really understand agonies of the farmers who are making suicide in some Marathwada region and not able to connect with them, is that an educated person? Are we really teaching that sensitivities of mind in our courses? And these things cannot be taught in courses, Moral cannot be taught by giving you one paper. There are papers also, by the way, people have, because today it is a tick mark system. We ask you, are you doing something about critical thinking? You say yes. What are you doing? We have a course on critical thinking. Yes. This is not. Ultimately, are your students able to do critical thinking? We are not assessing that at all because we don't know that. So we are going to make a system now, and now it is possible. Earlier it was not possible also, because today the technologies like artificial intelligence, are coming up, and with that it is possible to know what are the outcomes of actual your education and how that education is transforming that person, that personality, how that education is helping humanity, how that education is helping your own country. All these outcome measures will come very soon in the new systems of NAAC accreditation. So those who are really working hard to do some changes, they will get due credits. And those who really want to go in a routine education and they say that no, we are happy with the basic education which we are giving and which is also needed, they can go. So as per NEP, there will be only 3 categories of institution, and our assessment will be based on your category, and that you have to decide. So if you are, because affiliated colleges will ultimately go. So for some time, affiliated colleges will be a separate basket, but later on it will go. So then it will be degree giving institution or autonomous college or maybe cluster universities, which could be education based or teaching intensive universities. That's what the terminology used in NEP. And then you may say that no, we are also good in multidisciplinary research, so we want to become research intensive university. So if your university or if your college, you are positioning as teaching intensive education institute, then asking you and evaluating you based on your Scopus H index is unjustified. Then our criteria must be different. Today we are using those criteria for you. So asking H index to some small college in some small village, I don't think it is justified. Because that is not their purpose. They have no research capability, they have no resources. Another thing which we are trying to do is how can we harmonize the variations which you see in our population. Education institute population I am talking about. And any education institute should not suffer because of something which is out of their hand. So how to bring it that during our assessment, that also we are now discussing. Giving you example, maybe you are a government aided college and there is some problem in getting government aid. It's not your fault. And because of that, you are not really able to appoint or fill the vacancies which you are, that is not your fault. So how do you do that? But at the same time, there has to be a counterbalance. Because if we go on ignoring that, you will not be able to even fill up the courses post altogether. So how to strike this balance? These are the ways on which currently we are trying to restructure our entire assessment and accreditation processes. One more thing we are going to do is assess, part of it assess or focus on the educatedness related aspects in HEI, and second part will be what is your specialization, whether you are giving professional skills which are required for that specialization. All that will be assessed in the other basket. So both educatedness as well as competencies will be evaluated based on what you are doing and not in a generic fashion. At the same time, there will be some kind of a vanilla framework, which will be basic minimum required framework for any education institute. And eventually, we will try to expedite going to binary accreditation, which is very important, because that is one of the recommendations of NEP-2020, and we are trying to expedite that. What does it mean? It means that that kind of a vanilla accreditation framework, once it is available, it will be based on those who are sincerely doing basic minimum required things will get through. They will be accredited. Now, how to deal with the competition part, because we don't want to kill competition as well. Because if you are doing exceedingly well, better than somebody else, you also must get incentive. So how do you incentivize? So what we are saying now is, can we really initiate a process by which there is a binary accreditation? So your institution as such is accredited or not accredited, and program accreditation is voluntary. You can decide, for example, any college can decide, our economics program is our star program. So we want our economics program to be accredited separately. You can apply, and we are not going to tell you. It is your decision. If you don't want to apply, you are fine. You can say that our college is just accredited. You will get all the benefits, whatever our accreditation benefits are there. But if you want your program to be accredited, then your program will be separately assessed. And that will be assessed based on the program requirement. And so it will be more specific. And for example, if your program is BA in music, we will not even ask you question about how many papers you are in Scopus. That is irrelevant. So then, in that case, it will be more outcome-based, realistic, and just or pragmatic assessment where we are trying to really move. So one institution may have one program which may have A+, other program may be just A, third program may be A++. So within one institution there could be shades, and this will be extremely student friendly, because today students are misled. If some university advertises A++, it doesn't mean that all courses are in that university are A++. So students don't know. Student may take an admission there considering that university is very highly rated, and may get frustrated because that course which he is taking, it may not be a star course for that university. So we are in a stepwise manner trying to really address all these issues, and because we also come from education institutes, NAAC is not something which is just a headquarter in Bangalore. NAAC is all of you. So all of us have to contribute to improve that system, and therefore such conferences and such interactions are very, very important, because that help us to understand each other and do it in a collaborative fashion better. Because our ultimate goal is to improve quality of education and also bring prestige and also bring name for our own country. Because at one point, what education brand was there of India, we want to regain that. and we want to shine back again, and this is possible through this kind of effort. I think Goa institutions will play a major role, because as I told you in the beginning, this is a very unique ecosystem. Leverage, this is, I find it very unique. Why? Because you have not been only conservative, but you have maintained quality of education in Goa. At the same time, now you should really open up more to bring in, because I find that as compared to what potential you have here, somehow it is remaining underexplored. You know, I'll talk in a group meeting more about it, what can be done. But I think Goa has a tremendous potential, and so far, whatever Goa has done for contributing to the intellectual traditions of India, I think there are many more hopes and expectations from this state, and I'm sure under the leadership of current Chief Minister and the whole Minister Council, and again Vice Chancellor who is coming from the land, you know, from the internal system, you know, this will make a big change. So I wish you all the best. If there are any questions, I think I've taken little more than what I wanted to, but I hope it was useful. Namaskar, Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you for sharing your viewpoints, sir. From the number of heads that are nodding in the audience, I'm sure your viewpoints have resonated well, and those views will set in motion a churn of ideas in our minds. The session is open for interaction.
Dr. Arun Marathe, I am a coordinator of today's seminar. I am from Vidyabhushan College, Department of Commerce, and I am also a NEC coordinator of my college. Right now, what is happening? It's maybe a silly question, but what I feel is NEC accreditation assessment process right now has become an additional administrative work for the staff members, and because of which many colleges I have seen that, and also I am experiencing that our focus is shifting more from education, teaching, learning process to the how compliance we can do with the accreditation process, as you have addressed in your keynote address. I just want to suggest one platform wherein we can have a system wherein every day, suppose I am conducting one program or something, a NEC website or maybe a portal can be open where every day we can upload things like photograph of the event or the activities that we have done, or maybe some outcome based suppose programs we are doing, some interviews of students or as evidence which we so otherwise we do it at the end of the academic year, maybe when we are submitting the SSR. So if you have that platform available every day, that assessment and accreditation process and getting that process done will be easier for the education institution. That is what I'd like to suggest.
Yeah, thank you. Good suggestion. Actually, we have started in this direction already. I did not mention about it in the talk because I was hoping that some question will come, and it has come. I don't know if you are aware, but at the central government level, there is a big initiative which is coming up, which is called One Nation, One Data. One Nation, One Data means there will be a central data repository in which all HER will be able to submit data, and that data can be retrieved by all the agencies who want to use that data. So in years to come, I can't tell you how many months or year it will take, but government is very keen to expedite it. Once it happens, then you need not submit us any data. You will not get any letter from us for any data. Because there is no need for any data. Data is already there. So agencies like NBA or NAAC or UGC, whatever we want, we can get data from there. It will resolve many problems. Because today what happens is, if we get data and if the data is coming at different intervals, the quality of data also may change. No? And that is the problem today. And today our assessment is like a snapshot. Correct? We assess you like a snapshot. So as on that day, whatever is there, when the day you submitted your SSR, it is locked. Or when the team visits you, that's it. On that day, what is there? Next day, what happens? Many of us may have seen. You know? We are trying to shift from this to real-time assessment. And I don't know how many of you have read the white paper which is available on the NAAC website. If not, I would advise you strongly to read the white paper which is available on the NAAC website, which is about reimagining the assessment and accreditation in India, in which we have proposed what we call as TEFA, Technology Enabled Formative Assessment, which will be a real-time assessment. And as I told you, it is possible. You know, for example, if you want to really assess the quality of learning, you know, one of the ways to assess quality of learning is the quality of your question papers, which we are not assessing today at all. You know, so now you will find, because question paper will tell you that how effectively we are not even going to answer sheets. Even framing of question paper is also very important criteria. So such criteria will come, it will come in real time, it will come through collective data bank. So all this hopefully should happen in next 2 years' time. Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, you know, who was chairman of AICTE, has been given the new responsibility to head the technology and education at the ministry level, and he is the taskmaster, so I'm sure he will complete it. And by the way, he is today in Goa. So it should happen. So changes are coming, as I told you that everything may not change overnight. Everything will not change overnight. You know, it will take time because we are carrying baggage of so many years. But the steps in that direction already we have talked. As long as our direction and our intention is correct, you know, it will happen. Yes.
Sir, I am Dr. Jagdish Kaporkar, professor from Goa Medical College. I have a concern here, sir. Whatever are the policies which are coming, entrance, accreditation, criteria, I am extremely sad as a teacher at a medical college. Because there was once a time, I am not commenting about past, present, English system better or Indian system better, I am not on that. Neither do I know the correct technical terms of educational assessment. I am just expressing to you about a point which you made, sir. What is the point in producing professionals if they cannot be empathetic to situations like Vidarbha? What is the point in getting people with 99-98 percentile through a so-called national eligibility entrance test when the person is lacking in humanity? I don't know whether I am able to express, sir, but when I studied from I passed my SSC in 1985, there was a freedom to study. I could go to the municipal library from my village, walking from Kakoda to Pushwaram, and read any encyclopedia. I read Sane Guruji also, and I read Encyclopedia Britannica also. Last, I am a father of 2 children. One is doing post-graduation in dentistry, and my son has just got into medicine elsewhere. I have been frustrated as a parent that I couldn't give them the time to read vast knowledge, because the system has become such that selection will be only based on need, only based on this. And parents like me, even though we don't want, are being brainwashed to join this foundation program, these coaching classes, and it has become imperative for a person who was proud to be a villager to move to the city and compulsory enroll children for these coaching classes. Now what I am saying, sir, we are producing people with this mindset which I am experiencing with my students in the college. They don't respect us as teachers. I don't know what the experiences in other colleges are. They don't respect us at all. it's not a mere reflection of the parenting, sir. It's also the way in which they are coming from the schools with attached coaching classes. They are robots. You see, the whole thing is about this. I paid this many lakhs for this coaching class and I want to recover it. Unfortunately, thinking of such recovery in medical field is tragic. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. If you come, now I'm also assisting my dean in the assessment for MCI or the National Medical Commission. There are, whatever we may say, sir, if we don't comply, government is watching us, they'll catch our neck if we don't fulfill criteria. So, like the gentleman rightly said, we are going for compliance. But the point is, even though we are picking people from across the categories, across the state, why is nobody going to our villages in Kanko and Sattari back to serve? When patients come, Madam Radhika will agree with me, why do we have to put in a word to somebody? I would feel proud, as it was during our time, where any person coming into GMC would be a VIP. Why a separate queue in AIMS for somebody? Why a separate treatment? So, my point is, sir, how would you assess that aspect of Manuski or humanity?
So would you like to?
Yeah, no, what you actually just said, you were echoing what I said. So we are on the same page, the same concerns I expressed when I talked about it, the educatedness part of our education is today missing. The freedom to learn what we used to have is missing. How to bring it back. And the robots, what you say, I mentioned during my talk also that this is something which is the reality. Means if you really look at the culture of coaching classes which is coming up is so worrying. And coaching classes, for example, somebody is clearing even a net set. Doesn't mean that person is really eligible for becoming a teacher, because for becoming a teacher you require certain different attributes. So it only shows the capacity of that person to crack next set examination. And same is true with those going to IITs. So same is true with all entrance examinations which we are doing. So, but as I told you that we are carrying this baggage of several years. It cannot be changed overnight, and the change will happen when we actually, if you really look at NEP, what NEP is telling you, NEP is telling you precisely the same roadmap, how to proceed in this direction to achieve this goal. And therefore NEP is talking about increasing the ability to think, or high order cognitive skills. High order cognitive skills include sensitivity. High order cognitive skills include the responsible citizenry. So if our student is not, for example, if our student is not able to really appreciate beauty, what kind of engineering student is that? Or what kind of medical student is that? So these are the attributes of real education which we have lost from our system. We'll have to rebuild it. And one of the way to rebuild it is also coming through us, because I must tell you that people, and rightly so, and we are happy about it, people take NAAC very seriously, because their fate is depending on that. So if we build in our own assessment system these attributes, the focus of people automatically will go. I am against making anything compulsory, but I am for creating a system by which people will get motivated to do this. That is the best way to address the system rather than making a regulation. And I think that NEP 2020 is a really good hope, and that's why, but I am also worried that now almost 3.5 years we have completed, and we are talking still about NEP implementation. But we have tried to implement whatever was possible within our own capacities. Like already the ABC is in place. Now there may be some difficulty. ABC is Academic Bank of Credit. So what you are saying is freedom to choose. is coming through ABC. So engineering student can take credits, she may join Bharatanatyam or may go and learn guitar or whatever they want to do. So those credits will be possible. We are also saying that one semester, minimum one semester, students should go out of the campus. Students should learn from community. Students should learn from society. And I can tell you from our own experience, we have tried this. One small experiment was done in Pune. I will give you examples of that. It was done with help of Vanarai, which was established by Mohan Dariaji in Pune. And one of the senior social reformer, Nandu Fadke from Pune, he said that farmer, he belongs to this area where paddy cultivation is there, and Goa also is in the same ecosystem. During those 15-20 days when you want to uproot from one place and put it, replant in another place, there's a huge problem of getting labor. So they said that we will give students to do this. And students, thousands of students in buses went from Pune to that village and did this work with farmers. Some of the students came to me, girl students, crying, "Sir, in our life, our feet touched mud for the first time." So it's not that they don't want it, they have never exposed, they have never experienced. So if they experience, so this 6-month internship, I can tell you guaranteed that if a student from a elite college from Delhi goes to Marathwada and stays for one semester with farmers, that student will never get into any kind of a wrong activities or you don't have to teach them in classroom. These things cannot be taught in the classroom. And in a way, they will learn so many things. Today people may not know, students may not know urban area from where mangoes are coming. No, they may say that they come from Reliance Market. They may not have actually seen mango tree also. So this is the situation. So this kind of a mixing is very much necessary for a country like us. Every top university in the West have this study abroad program. For India, Darbhanga student going to Palakkad is study abroad program. So why we have to go send our students outside? Even within us, if we are able to shift these students for just one semester, and I will tell you that it will change students forever. If these students, and they learn from farmers, what are these plants, what is kharif, what is ragbi, they may not even have heard of this stuff. And in India, unless our students are well acquainted with our own culture and our own surrounding, what kind of new generation we are creating? We don't want that nerds to be created, which is a failed system in the West. We don't want to copy, and unfortunately today we are copying the failed systems in the West, including medicine. Medicine, because you are from medicine, I tell you the medicine is going from in India to super specialization. Now we are asking this question, is it the way for India? We want more family doctors. When we grew up, our family doctor knew everybody in the family so well. Where is that system gone? And so, these changes will come slowly. We'll have to add the responsibility on teaching community is, I think, very well. If teachers become role models, teachers will get respect, I will tell you.
Thank you, sir. I request participants to keep the questions brief so that we have more time to reflect.
Sir,
We have a gentleman in the back.
And also tell people to answer in brief, He also can.
So I'm from GDM's Dr. Dadavidya College of Education, Dr. Jordan Matthew. I just want to get one clarification regarding this. Sir, we got a notification number 4/2017 dated 1st September 2017, discontinuation of assessment and accreditation of teacher education institutions. In view of the decision of NCT to undertake program accreditation, the Executive Committee of NAAC on its 77th meeting held on 10th August 2017 has resolved to discontinue assessment and accreditation of teacher education institutions. The NAAC will henceforth not accept any applications for accreditation assessment of teacher education institutions signed by Professor D.P. Singh, Director NAAC. My question is, sir, why it was taken out of NAAC that time, and then why it was included later on? Because of that, we had little difficulties in preparing the AQARs and all that. So my question is that, just to clarify, yes, why it was taken out of NAAC that time, TEIs, teacher education institutions, and then what prompted it to be included again to NAAC? Thank you.
No, what I would appeal is we should keep question answers not to specific cases. Specific cases, Dr. Leena Gane is there, Chandrasekhar ji is there, you can discuss with them. You know. So the general, we are talking about future. So if you have any suggestions regarding what changes are needed, what has happened in past and why it has happened, let's not discuss in the total group, you know, but you are free to interact with them during the tea or other sessions, sidelines of the conference. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I am Dilip Parolkar. Sir, NEP is now going to shift from input-based to outcome-based education. And they said that in order to test that, NEP is proposing to have one national level test for all the students. So in that case, what would be the responsibility of the institutions? If you can throw a little light on that, it will be useful.
No, I think institution responsibility in this case is nothing. There is no institutional responsibility, is just to give good quality education to students. That's what institutional responsibility is. You know. So for that purpose, you need not do anything. If you are doing your job well, it will be automatically students will do well and you will succeed. You know, there is no problem about it. The NAAC is not, actually you should read the white paper again. We are not saying we will take a test. This is not the intent, because NAAC is not going to test, make a test all India basis. Today we are taking student satisfaction survey. Now that student satisfaction survey we are trying to optimize. How can we take a better student satisfaction survey? Because we don't want it to become a ritual, student satisfaction survey, in which it can also be cracked. So for that purpose, we will include some questions. We have not yet finalized how to do it, but some key questions we think that it is possible to put it in that student satisfaction index, by which we know that to what extent that student understanding has become. To that extent, just it. So simple questions. It is not a rocket science to know whether the student has developed critical thinking capabilities or not. So we are asking such simple things, you know, just to know how your education has transformed that student. That's it.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm Jeevan Khedekar, NAAC coordinator from Nanprasad Munders College and Research Center, MOPSA. This brings us to one thing, that is, we are speaking about the learning outcomes measurement, and then we have student-teacher ratio currently is maybe one teacher teaching 4 different classes, having 60 students each, and every time the teacher has to correct some 16 to 4, 240 papers, and we are talking about attainment of learning outcomes or readiness or imparting certain skills. So, do you think that there is a need for looking back again into the student-teacher ratio thing, so that we improve upon testing the knowledge which the students has got?
The whole NAAC framework is undergoing critical review, you know, in which student-teacher ratio is also one of the components, you know, because student-teacher ratio will also depend to some extent on which discipline you are talking about. So it is discipline-oriented as well. Today we are not doing discipline-oriented assessment, but when the program accreditation will come in, all this will be factored. And we hope that in years to come, when the system gets stabilized, and we are talking about 2030, that is our target too, because as per the NEP, 2030 is the target in the first round. So by that time, the system will get matured, and most of these things which we find today as rough edges will be smoothened. But again, 2030 when we reach, there may be 2040 also. It's a quality improvement is a continuous process. It will not stop.
There is one more question here, sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Mahesh Dovdikar from Goa College of Engineering. Right now, those people who are into NAAC accreditation, they come out with a complaint saying that it is becoming an additional burden in addition to the primary job of education, teaching. Now, is it a problem with perception or there is some problem with the system? What we expect is the higher bodies, they should inspire, they should guide, and they should spend more time to understand the system and help it go to the next level. Right now it appears like, say, they are being viewed as monitoring bodies and people are afraid of the systems.
Yeah, I think I clarified that point during my talk, that we don't want to become, and this is future. Today what is happening, I'm not really talking about it. What is going to happen tomorrow, that's what I have talked about it. So tomorrow, I told you that we don't want to become inspectorial bodies. We want to become facilitators. We want to become partners in the whole process of improving quality of education. And NAAC should not come as a burden, because if one nation, one data comes in, we will not even come to you also. We don't have to really get, and NAAC exercise, the moment we go to the binary accreditation process, wherein basic minimum requirements from the education institutes will be assessed, most of your problems will be solved. Because those problems today what you are facing is because of the differences which you may have, which may not be able, are captured sufficiently within our, because the diversity is so large.
Yeah. So, after that, Radhika ma'am will have a question.
Good morning. I am Professor V.N. Sheikh, Professor and ex-principal of Goa Engineering College and also Dean Faculty of Engineering, Goa University. So my question is, of course, first time appreciate that the decision you have taken regarding the benchmarks is available. Because as a peer team member, whenever we go to the institution, we don't know how that 70% is assessed. And we only left out with 30%. And sometimes there is a surprise after the result, because we are assessing 30%, 70% is as per the prediction. We always say that is a prediction, because we don't know what is the model has been. And once it is known, even as when we prepare our own SAR, we find difficult what is the requirement and what expected from you. Thank you, sir, for giving this, being available to all the. Second thing is, sir, I want to, because you have talked about that institution, the program specific as institutional specific. Is the model you want to just once again repetition of the NBA? Because what happens is right now we have got an NBA model, in which case they are coming with the program specific. Now, second question is that whether the NBA will still be there or only NAAC will be?
Yeah, I was waiting for this question actually. I did not talk in my lecture, but let me tell you that there already has been a committee under my chairmanship, and we have submitted our report how to bring synergy between NAAC, that is NAAC, NBA and NIRF. Now these three agencies have similar kind of function. They use similar kind of data set, and their purpose is different. For example, NBA is program accreditation, NAAC is general accreditation, and NIRF is ranking. So all these will be clubbed together under a new banner called NAC, National Accreditation Council. National Accreditation Council will be one of the verticals, one of the 4 verticals as per the NEP or HECI, Higher Education Commission of India. So that's what is coming, and that should come very soon, I think. Once NAC comes in, under NAC, these 3 functions will be there. So there will be no duplication at all. That's what the purpose of bringing this NAC is. NBA name I don't know whether the NBA name will continue or some different name will come, or NAAC name will continue or different. That I can't tell you. But the overarching name will be NAC, under which all these functions. First function is accreditation, which is essentially binary accreditation. Second function is program accreditation, which will be voluntary. We will not compel you to do that. It is your choice. And third function is ranking. So all this will come under that. Yes.
Mic, please.
Till then, Radhika ma'am could ask a question. We'll take it.
Very good morning, sir. I'm Radhika Naik. Sir, as a peer team member, having gone across the country, I'm a little concerned about the disparities that we observe as far as availability of teachers in the institutions because of various state government policies. You go to a state like Punjab, or you go to a state like Assam, and you find that teacher positions are being allowed to lapse, and only contractual teachers are being appointed. And in such scenarios, we ourselves can observe that the commitment to teaching is sadly, much below what we would expect. Now, definitely when a teacher is more concerned about how he's going to make ends meet, it is, too idealistic to expect that the teacher would be concerned about outcome-based learning, etc. And so we find that quality is compromised very heavily. So in this new system that we are going to talk about, is NAAC taking a look at how these differences can also be, accounted for, or how they will be? Because as you rightly said, sir, it is not the fault of the institution. It is a government policy. It is, the ecosystem that is not allowing the institutions to do what they are supposed to be doing.
No, today, as of today, there is no way to differentiate. So if there are no teachers, if the student-teacher ratio is not up to the mark, you will have to go by that. But we are independently following with the state governments, and we are telling them that if you don't really fill up this post, your state will lag behind, and it is not good for your own state. And many of them have realized that, and they are now, many states already have taken steps to fill up the post. But what you said, the second point is more concerning, that the posts are getting lapsed and they are converting them into contractual positions. So that is up to the state policy. And personally, our own opinions may be quite different. I would not say that contractual appointment is really a good system, because the long-term commitment, the teacher stability, mindset, all these issues come in. So it is not, to some extent, the contractual teacher may come in professional program wherein outside professionals bring in experience. That is something different. That is something different in this, or for example, professor of practice. That is something. But this regular positions converting into contractual position, something we will have to see that it should get reflected during the assessment, as well, so that it becomes some kind of a tab on the system, and governments also are encouraged not to really keep them vacant for a long time. This will have to be done not only through NAAC but several levels, including the associations level, including the state government's council level. So this is a much larger issue. I think, and that is the crux of it, because quality of teachers will ultimately decide, or whatever we see, who is going to do that on the ground. Teachers are going to do that. So yes, I agree.
We'll take one last question from Dr. Delia.
So I come from Nirma Institute of Education, and since we're talking about improving the quality of education, I think the important people there are the teachers. So I think we should, as all education institutions should have the freedom to conduct their own admission process instead of having a centralized admission process. Because right now, the teachers that we get, the trainees that we get, are people who have answered some kind of, some entrance test by learning some portions taught at some semesters in the college at the undergraduate level, and it is basically testing their it's basically rote learning. We do not look at their communication skills, their language abilities, and so on. And so, the type of in the training process, there is no time to teach them communication skills. Whereas there are so many others who have good communication skills and would make better teachers rather than choosing some candidates based on their memory. Also, in the college section, what qualifies them to become a lecturer is just their master's degree and net set, but no communication skills at all, or the ability to the teaching skills. So I think we should be given the freedom to conduct our own admission process so that we can choose suitable candidates.
The admission process, I could not understand. Admission to what?
For teacher education courses, they have to answer, they have
Student admissions?
trainees, teacher trainees.
Teacher training.
Instead of centralized admission process, we should have the freedom.
Frankly, because we are not, I'm unable to comment on that part. I don't know that. It's not in our.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, and thank you all the participants. We shall be having another session later on, wherein if you have any other queries, you could pose them. For now, we shall move to the inaugural program. The Chief Minister has arrived, and we'll start the ceremony in a few minutes. Thank you all.
Of a moment that is expected to change the face of education system in India, ushering in a better future for the Gen Alpha learners. And the profundity of this very thought gave birth to the idea of hosting this seminar of this state stature. Today we are presented with a gargantuan task, and some of the best educationists, policymakers, facilitators of this education system from around the country have gathered here for discussions and deliberations to get clarity on the way forward. We are delighted to have amongst us our Honorable Chief Minister and Education Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant. Since the time he has taken over the reins of Education Department, he has strived to carry forward the legacy he has inherited from his predecessors. The infrastructure at various government colleges and schools across the state are a testimony to the efforts he puts into providing the best for the students of Goa. His presence here today is an assurance and an assertion that the education fraternity of the state have a very strong support of the government in making Goa a hub for quality education for young minds. We are also elated to have the NAAC chairman, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, amongst us today. His keynote address some time back has thrown light on the various policies, changes that are going to come over in NAAC very soon, for which we are really grateful. The college feels privileged to host this seminar, especially so because this is the first time that NAAC chairman has addressed the academic fraternity in the state of Goa. We are more delighted that this serendipitous moment has come in the decennial year of our college's institution. As you might be aware, we are the youngest college in the state, having started operations in the year 2012. To move forward with the program, I now welcome Ms. Divya Chari, a student of BA BEd. to offer our salutations to our invited guests on behalf of Vidya Prabodhini Parivar.
Thank you, Divya. It was indeed a very beautiful rendition. Moving ahead, I request the chief guest of today's function, our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, the NEC Chairperson, Dr. Patwardhan, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Dr. Harilal Menon, our Principal, our Chairman, and our Program Coordinator, along with our Vice Principal, to please light the lamp.
40 सब मुझसे लगी है सर सब मुझसे लगी सर
Don't waste time.
Leena ji, come one women we want.
This is what NAAC is thinking about transformation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, gentlemen. I request all of you to take your place on the dais. 2020 is expected to bring about a whiff of freshness to the educational landscape of our country that has remained unchanged for more than 3 decades. And while its implementation is expected to upgrade academic institutions to be in a position to cater to the quickly changing demands of the industry and the country's economic and strategic goals, the policy's chief objective is to enable students to not just choose their careers, but also gain control of their future. NEP-2020 has also caused the NAAC to evolve its evaluative mechanisms to mirror the changing dynamics in the field of higher education. And therefore, today's national seminar has been conceived to share the results of such deliberations with the academia that is tasked with executing the NEP. For more details on the seminar, I welcome Dr. Arun Marathe, Seminar Coordinator, to the podium.
A very warm good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the days and off the days. Dear friends, while listening to the keynote address, you might have seen that this NEP 2020 is an India-centric policy, very important, and seeks for complete transformation in the system of education, leading to transformation of India. Now with the current accreditation system in Goa at least, our own colleges are doing well, leading to third cycle, fourth cycle. Some colleges are also reaching to fifth cycle of their accreditation. But with these fundamental changes that we envisage in the new education policy, and accordingly the changes that we are going to have in the accreditation process, definitely there are many questions that will come to the minds of all the educationists in Goa. And these questions could be right from how the process will be, what kind of expectations will be from the accreditation council, from the higher education institutions, and also whether it will add up to the administrative pressure on the education institution and shifting the focus point from the education to compliance. And all these questions tactfully sir has handled in his keynote address. The main aim of this conference or seminar is to bring together all the educationists from all the faculties and different education institutions and have a deliberation discussion on the NEP 2020 and also the accreditation process. Secondly, very important, sir has suggested that we should have a very harmonical kind of a situation, a harmony between the higher education institution and the accreditor. And that is what is envisaged in this particular seminar. I hope all the further guest speakers who are going to deliver their speeches and having a panel discussions will give justice to all the objectives that we have fixed for this particular seminar. I request all of you to enjoy yourself and nourish yourself with the delicious food as well as informative sessions in this atmosphere, in this very ambient atmosphere. Now, when I was listening to his speech, one quote from Shri Vinoba Bhave has come to my mind. He says, a student should be teacher-oriented. A teacher should be student-oriented. Both of them should be education-oriented. And the education should be service or society-oriented. Let us move forward to build this beautiful nation and transform education to lead to transformation of India. Thank you one and all. And once again, I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arun, for succinctly putting across the directives of the seminar. Moving ahead, may I now present to you a person that is a household name across the state, a face that calmly radiates the unofficial mantra of Goa, Vivachi Garaz Now, words that give us courage to weather the worst of the COVID waves in the state. Dr. Pramod Sawant was born on 24th April 1973. He is the 13th and the current Chief Minister of Goa. Dr. Sawant represents the Sakali constituency in the Goa Legislative Assembly. He is an Ayurveda medical practitioner by profession and also holds a post-graduation degree in Master of Social Work from Tilak University, Maharashtra. One of the youngest Chief Ministers of any state, he has served as the Speaker of the Goa Legislative Assembly before being sworn in as the Chief Minister. He is especially close to the teaching fraternity as he also holds the portfolio of the Department of Education and takes a keen interest in promoting education amongst the state's youth. Under his guidance, the state has had several successful employment fairs in the recent past. With an aim to make Goa a center of academic excellence, he has been toiling to get reputed national and international educational institutions to set up base in Goa. With these words, I welcome Dr. Pramod Sawant, the chief guest of today's function. I ask Sri Sanjay Valavulkar to welcome the Chief Minister by handing him a seminar kit. Thank you, sir. We are also privileged to have amongst us the Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Dr. Harilal Menon. For paucity of time, forces me to cut short his rather lengthy and impressive resume, and I hope to do justice to his achievements and vast experience. Dr. Harilal Menon holds a PhD from Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kerala, and has finished his post-doctoral work at the Max Planck Institute of Meteorology and Institute of Oceanography. Prior to selection to the post of Goa University's Vice Chancellorship, Dr. Harilal Menon has been a senior professor at the Department of Marine Science, Goa University, where he conducted research in physical oceanography and optical remote sensing of case water. With over 30 years of research and teaching under his belt, Professor Menon is the first Goa University faculty to have graced the chair of the Vice Chancellor in the state. He has written a large number of papers that have been published in leading Scopus-listed journals in the field. His works have been cited very widely, while his research work in oceanography and remote sensing has been the basis for advanced studies. Professor Menon has also worked on many projects as investigator or co-investigators funded by agencies such as ISRO. I welcome you to today's seminar, sir. I also ask Sri Sanjay Valavulkar to welcome the Vice Chancellor with the seminar kit. And for the last part, I now ask our forever energetic and ebullient principal to deliver the principal's address.
Namaskar, Chief Guest of the today's function, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Ji Sawant. The keynote speaker of the day, Chairman of NEC, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal Menon. Our college chairman, Chairman of Prabodhan Education Society, which runs several educational institutions in Goa, Sri Sanjay Valavulkar. My colleagues from the college, my colleagues, principals from all the colleges in Goa. The present statistics that we have got out of 64 affiliated colleges to Goa University and the colleges under the purview of Directorate of Higher Education, the number which I have got registered here and those who are present here are nearly 35 principals from different colleges and the representatives, coordinators of NEC, IQAC, and NEP from all these affiliated colleges. The total participation is 200 plus, and this is the academician scenario of Goa that is going to interact with the NEC authorities here one-to-one. In fact, I am not going to give speech because I know the state of mindset of CM at this moment when he is attending this conference. I had to use my all sources to get him here. Because otherwise I know with that World Ayurveda conference and that Lusophonic event and many other events in the state, he would not have come here otherwise. So I am not going to waste more time. I will just say yesterday we paid tributes to Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar on his death anniversary. And Babasaheb Ambedkar and Phule, they expressed concern about education. Mahatma Phule expressed his concern in 1850 and Babasaheb in 1950. They are still relevant today. Mahatma Phule had once said, "Vidya vina mati geli," the entire poem he recites. I quote and I translate. He said, without education, that is without proper education, wisdom was lost. Without wisdom, morals were lost. Without morals, development was lost. Without development, wealth was lost. Without wealth, the Shudras, the downtrodden, they were ruined. So much has happened through lack of proper education. This was his saying in 1850, which is quite relevant for the day today. So we thought we will have this exercise of improving this education, making it, in a sort of, as you say, to meet the challenges of the changing world in which we are living. And NAAC is the main body which is concerning us. In fact, there are many apprehensions about NAAC, the entire process of the accreditation and assessment. So we thought we also have a correlation with that. And now since NEP is in the picture, we thought there should be some correlation between the the key principles of NEP and parameters of NAAC. Both should go hand in hand. So therefore, a realignment has to take place in the light of NEP. That is what the objective of this education. Our education should be rooted in the history, culture, practices and knowledge which our country has produced. And it should provide the futuristic skills which our students might need, as it has been mentioned already in the keynote address. Analytical thinking, creative thinking, creativity basically, originality. These are all the skills which are required to be imbibed in the student's mind. The present need is, when we see that the graduates are becoming unemployed. India is a country where 65% of the population is below 35 years. And every year 1 million youth are which are entering the job market. So since the statistics is very wide, I think we should be able to connect this education with the employment also. And therefore, first of all, I should thank the National Assessment and Accreditation Council for collaborating with a small college like us in Goa, and its chairman and its entire team. Professor Lina has come, Professor Chandrasekhar is there with us. So all these people have come here just to interact with us, try to modify this system of accreditation, make it more robust, make it more natural. Now it is an artificial process, as it has been expressed. Data collection, data uploading, it has become an artificial exercise. So let it evolve like a natural process, be a part of our profession and not something that is external that we are going to do now. And therefore, with that intention, we had organized this seminar. My faculties have visited all 64 affiliated colleges in Goa, and they have collected their feedback about the NEP process, which will also come for the discussion in the next session. So I therefore request all of you to participate wholeheartedly, so that every query will be answered here. That is our motto behind organizing this workshop. I personally thank Professor Bhushan Patwardhan for attending this conference despite his busy schedule at the World Ayurveda Conference. He has come for that. So he has not even charged us for the airfare and the stay also. That is what is the greatness of people, Our small college like this would not have offered, it was not feasible for us to afford all these things. So on behalf of our state, I thank Honorable Chief Minister for attending this function and the Chairman of NEC and our VC, who is always there with us for all such academic activities, Professor Hiralal Menon. I thank all the dignitaries. I will not take names, although I am tempted to. I will not take the names. I welcome all our management members, our sponsors, our well-wishers, principals of various colleges, members of and representatives of Directorate of Higher Education, Government of Goa, and all other academicians who have joined for this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that brief but warm welcome. This is the very first time that a chairman of the NAAC has come to Goa to address the academy of the state, and that therefore it is a privilege to welcome you to our state of Goa. I therefore find it apt to ask our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, to welcome Professor Patwardhan, representing him with a Vriksha Deep, the Goan traditional lamp, which signifies enlightenment through knowledge. I also asked him to hand over the kit bag. Thank you, sir. We have heard Professor Patwardhan some time ago, but there's still some more to go. I request Professor Patwardhan to take up the podium.
Thank you. I've already talked to you, but actually my purpose of coming to Goa was also to meet in person your dynamic Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant. I had seen him on television, I have heard some of his speeches also. And I think Goa has a tradition of dynamic chief ministers. And not only dynamic but young. When I look at him, in my mind, whatever the image of chief minister or ministers is there, has been destroyed. And I think that if such chief ministers and such leaders are there with us in India to support our equally dynamic Prime Minister Narendra Modi, no wonder India is respected now all over the world. I congratulate Dr. Sawant for getting IR here, All India Institute of Ayurveda in Goa. That's a remarkable achievement. In my mind, yesterday, Dr. Sawant, I went to just see around, and I was so pleased to see New Goa. Excellent roads, such nicely well-maintained facilities. I went to Mangeshi yesterday, took blessing from Shanta Durga, and everywhere I went, the road and infrastructure was remarkable and very, very unique. So, congratulations for this new Goa, which I have seen after a long time. I was also happy to meet your Vice Chancellor, Professor Harilal Menon, and he belongs to this own university. He has raised from university faculty to Vice Chancellor, and in my mind, Goa presents a unique case in India, as far as education is concerned, for several reasons. Like in the morning I mentioned, my mentors have been from Goa, Dr. Mashalkar, Dr. Kakodkar, also Dr. B.B. Gaitonde, who was director when I was doing my PhD at Hapki. So such revered Pai Panandikar, these are the giant personalities we know from Goa. Goa has given intellectual leadership for the country. And what I see is your small but powerful size. One university and 60 plus colleges. This is a really enviable model which is very, very rare to see, and that's your advantage, Honorable Chief Minister just now informed me that Goa is also now opening up. I think there is a big opportunity for Goa to emerge as an education hub. Again, for many reasons, I will not speak about it. One most important reason is any education institution, among its academic and scholarly pursuits, diversity of cultures and diversity of disciplines is also one of the important factors. And I think Goa is a melting pot of cultures. From anywhere in the world, people come here and get comfortable stay and welcome. I think it is a very strong magnet for Goa to emerge as an international destination for education. And because you already have a very strong foundation, building on that foundation will be relatively easy. I would really strongly recommend that as per the new policy, internationalization is on the card. And while doing internationalization, we are saying that the Indian institutes should collaborate with the top in the world list. Not with anyone else, but the top in the world ranking list. So if Goa can really create this kind of a model in which these top institutes come here in collaboration with the local institute, this should be one of the conditions, that local institutes should collaborate with such top institutions, and together they should create some kind of a unique education setup here on the lines of Dubai Knowledge Village. If you can think of this scenario, or on the lines of Gift City, which government is trying as a test case, I think Goa is the next case to become successful in that. I will personally interact with Dr. Sawant later, but I just wanted to make this point that we will be very happy to work with you to make Goa the international education destination. I would not take much time because I have already interacted with you, but I also would like to mention that Goa as a state, tomorrow we'll be witnessing World Ayurveda Congress here in Goa, and it will attract more than 4,000 delegates from all over the world. More than 60 countries will be. More than 5,000. You know. So it will be a big gathering, and I wanted to give my personal regards and credit to Dr. Pramod Sawant for hosting this corporation, because I am also part of WAC, so I am taking this opportunity. This is going to be a spectacular show of which all of you who are part of Goa community will feel proud of. I wish you all the best. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request our Chief Minister to present his views on the subject and on the whole topic of higher education in Goa. Thank you.
Namaskar. For the national seminar on getting ready for NEC accreditation in light of NEP-2020, the present along with me, the Chairman of NEC Executive Committee, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal Menon, the Chairman of Prabodhini Education Society, Sri Sanjay Walalkar, Deputy Advisor and NEC, Dr. Leena Ghane, rest all the dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries among the audience, the principal and professor of the various colleges, the representatives of DHE, and my dear friends. Good morning and welcome to these excellent initiatives undertaken by Vidya Prabodhini College of Commerce to get all educational institutions under one roof for this much required interface. The Vidya Prabodhini College of Commerce, Education, Computer and Management is recognized by UGC, and the college has been assessed and accredited by NEC with B+ grade in the year 1918-19. It has been working since its inception to provide quality education to the society and pioneer in the field of upgradation of the quality education in the society of Goa by organizing such a state level and a national level seminar. We all are aware that NEC is a national level assessment and accreditation body established by UGC in 1994. Its task is to assess an accredited higher education institution across India. So in past 28 years, the NEC has accredited more than 50% of the higher educations and universities in India. In the state of Goa, out of the 64 institutions affiliated to the Goa University and are under the purview of DHE, only 26 institutions have been accredited by NEC till date. Post this seminar, and I expect most of the institutions present will carry out all the necessary requirement of the NEC body and get accreditation. This will be the additionally give boost to our students to perform better. Friends, Goa, besides its reputation as a tourist hotspot and IT industry hub, needs to develop itself as an educational hub as well, which is in line with the nature of Goans and their hospitality. We have passed a private university bill and invited a lot of university and educational institutions to set up the base here. Besides the various arts, science, commerce, engineering college, we can also today boast of NIT, BITS Pilani, IIT in our state. We have recently started the India's third campus of the forensic science at Fonda, an international legal university in Sakwade, Marma, Goa. We are also in talk with the various entities of setting up of creative and media related courses, which are the need of ours and having the huge requirement in the industry. Setting up of the sports university is too as an evil. On the 11th of this month, the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inaugurating the Ayush AIMS Hospital in the Pedne, Dhargal, and will be the hospital plus Ayurvedic college with the UG and PG. Out of the 100 seats, the 50% of the seats will be the reserved for the Goan student. With the inauguration of the Mopa International Airport, the requirement of the job in tourism sector will increase in multifold. So I request the educational institution to also took and starting the courses and which is a requirement in the hospitality sector. Friends, I interact with the industry on a regular basis, and one point of discussion that always the surface is an academia industry connect should be there. I request the educational institutions to have more regular interactions with the industry to sort out these issues so that the students coming out of the institutions are job ready. In the presence of Professor Bhushan Patwardhan is known to all of us, and he is the expert in the field, and I request each one of you to take maximum advantage at this time. I will also like to thank one and all. सोपयता असताना एक दोन गजाली फक्त सांगताना माझे भाषण सोपयता. तुम्ही कालच्या पेपरांतल्यान पयर एकदा वाचला आसतले परत 13% ऑफ द अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो इन द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा. सगळ्यांनी वाचला आसतले. हाका जबाबदार कोण? परत सहज विचारता. 13% ऑफ द अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो स्टेटीत आसा. फक्त सरकारच जबाबदार काय कितें? तुम्ही जर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो जर भितरलो पळयलो जाल्यार भितर म्हणजे ग्रॅज्युएट कितले आसा खबर आहा कोणाक लक्षात आसा? 70% and more than that they are the graduate, and not only in the BA, BCom and BSc, even the engineering students are there in this unemployment list. म्हाका प्रश्न पडटा की खरेंच म्हणजे आमी एड्युकेशनांतल्यान पास आउट जाता ते भुरगे नो डावट 13% रेशियो दाखयला तितून हांव वचता, बट इंजिनियरींग केल्ले सुद्दां भुरगे अनएम्प्लॉयड म्हणून तेन्ना रावता. This much opportunities available in the state of Goa. आत्ता भूषण उलयता आसतना म्हणजे आंबेडकर आनी फुले हांचेर उलयतालो तेन्ना ती काळाची गरज आशिल्ली. म्हणजे आमी म्हणटाले वुमन एड्युकेशन. आत्ता काळाची गरज आहा स्कील एड्युकेशन. ऑनरेबल प्रायम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदीजी had started in 2014 स्कील एड्युकेशन प्रोग्राम. काळाची गरज वळखून म्हणजे आमी चेंज करप हें खरें गरजेचें आसा, आनी आमी तें जर वळखलें ना जाल्यार अशा पद्दतीचो अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेशियो वाडत रावतले. हांव उदाहरण म्हणून सांगता. 2014 आय स्टार्टेड माय स्मॉल इन्स्टिट्यूशन. हांवें खुबशे फावटी सांगलां. इट इज एन साई नर्सिंग इन्स्टिट्यूट एंड साई पॅरामेडिकल इन्स्टिट्यूट. आज 7 वर्सां कंप्लीट जाली. जवळपास 2014 ते 2021 पर्यंत 800 स्टुडंट्स आर पास आउट. A&M नर्सिंग कोर्स, डिप्लोमा इन मेडिकल लॅब टेक्निशियन, डिप्लोमा इन ऑप्थॅल्मिक टेक्निशियन, डिप्लोमा इन एक्स-रे टेक्निशियन. After 12th 1-year course which is affiliated with the nursing council and affiliated with the skill development. जे प्राउडली सांगता 800 पैकी 750 भुरगे हे खंय ना खंय तरी जॉब करता. ही अचिवमेंट आसा स्कील एड्युकेशनाची. म्हजी रिक्वेस्ट आज खातीर आसा म्हणजे आमी NEP सांगता आसतना पॅरलली म्हणजे एडिशनल म्हणजे क्वॉलिफिकेशन्स किंवा स्कील एड्युकेशन दिवपाचे प्रोग्राम आमी कितलेशेच सुरवात केल्या. म्हाका दिसता सगळ्यांनी इनिशिएटीव घेवपाची गरज आसा. आमी रिसेंटली वन सायन विथ माय एडवायजर मिस्टर करण बजाज हाव टेकन इन माय ऑफिस. ओके, वी हॅव सायन द एग्रीमेंट विथ द न्यूटन, ओन्लू अँड एंट्री हांच्या बरोबर एग्रीमेंट सायन केला. म्हणजे अलॉंग विथ द ग्रॅज्युएशन आमी स्कील एड्युकेशन प्रोग्राम दिवपाक सुरवात केल्या. आमचे डायरेक्टर ऑफ स्कील एड्युकेशन, डायरेक्टर ऑफ हायर एड्युकेशन, डायरेक्टर ऑफ टेक्निकल एड्युकेशन and sign the agreement with the different industries. फाटल्या 1.5 ते 2 वर्साच्या कार्यकाळात म्हणजे म्हाका दिसता डायरेक्टर ऑफ हायर एड्युकेशन आनी डायरेक्टर ऑफ टेक्निकल एड्युकेशन इथे FSSI, प्लंबिंग असोसिएशन ह्या सगळ्यांच्या बरोबर वेगवेगळ्या स्किल अपग्रेडेशन आनी रिस्किलिंग करपा खातीर आमी जायत्यो इनिशिएटिव्स घेत आसा. तुम्ही सगळे जाण म्हणजे 64 कॉलेजीसचे प्रोफेसर, प्रिन्सिपल्स, रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह हांगासर आसा. इट इज नॉट ओनली द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द गव्हर्मेंट, बट तुमी बी म्हाका दिसता अशा पद्दतीन जर सगळ्यांनी इनिशिएटिव्ह घेतली. ऑलरेडी द DHE हॅड सायन एग्रीमेंट. फाटल्या दिसांनी वी हॅड गिवन फेलोशीप आणि इंटर्नशीप मेळून म्हाका दिसता मोर दॅन अप्रॉक्सिमेटली 100 स्टुडंट्स आमी ऑफर लेटर्स दिली. ओके, डायरेक्टर ऑफ स्किल एड्युकेशन तर प्रत्येक इंडस्ट्री असोसिएशनच्या बरोबर एग्रीमेंट सायन केला. वी हॅव स्टार्टेड म्हणजे फेलोशीप प्रोग्राम आमी सुरू केलो. आमकां 13 फेलोज जाय आशिल्ले, 4च फेलो आयले. आय डोंट नो वाय. 13 फेलोज जाय जाल्यार 4 फेलो जॉइन जाता. वी आर गिविंग अ गुड ऑनररियम, नॉट बॅड. 35,000 वी आर पेइंग पर मंथ एज अ ऑनररियम. आनी तरी 4च जाण जॉइन जाता. हे कित्याक म्हाका कळना. The apprenticeship program different we have, that is with the government of India and we are doing, that is a different story. But additionally the fellowship program has also started. म्हणजे खंय तरी हाजो अवेअरनेस जो आहा पळय दॅट्स तुमच्याच कडल्यान जावपाक शकता. अदरवायज इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. म्हणून म्हाजी परत एकदा सिन्सियरली रिक्वेस्ट आसा, म्हणजे दिस टायप ऑफ सेमिनार वर्कशॉप विल गिव बूस्ट फॉर द स्किल एड्युकेशन इन द स्टेट. यू पीपल विल ओनली टेक द इनिशिएटिव्स to bring down the unemployment rate. इतकेच म्हजें म्हणणें आहा. आमकां सगळ्या जाणांक मेळोन जर आमी काम केलें तर हॉनरेबल प्रायम मिनिस्टरान आमकां आत्मनिर्भर भारतचें स्वप्न दाखयलां. तें स्वप्न आमकां सातत्यान जर हाडटले आसत जाल्यार आमची सगळ्यांची जबाबदारी आसा. डेफिनेटली यू पीपल वील हेल्प इन स्वयंपूर्ण गोवा, सेल्फ रिलायंट गोवा, स्वयंपूर्ण गोवा 2.0. आमी वी हॅव फोकस ऑन स्कील एड्युकेशन. आमी आमच्या प्रत्येक कडेन स्कील एड्युकेशनाचेर भर दिवन सगळी कडेन जितके कडेन टायप जाता तितके कडेन टायप सुरवात केला. म्हणून म्हाका दिसता हांवें रिसेंटली फक्त सांगता म्हणजे ह्या गोंयांत आयले ऑल इंडिया इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ एड्युकेशन. आमकां आयच्या घडीक वी वॉन्ट द योगा थेरपिस्ट. 28 योगा थेरपिस्ट एडवर्टायज जाला. वी हॅव द 3 पीपल इन द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा. वी वॉन्ट द पंचकर्म थेरपिस्ट इन द स्टेट ऑफ गोवा. तेंच्यांनी एडवर्टायज केलें जाल्यार 2गूच जाण गेला थंयसर. म्हणजे हांवें कित्याक सांगता की आमकां काळाच्या ओगा प्रमाणे बदलपाक जाय म्हटल्या पयलीं हांवें तें. अदरवायज नाजाल्यार नॅशनल इन्स्टिट्यूटान हांगा कांयच फायदो ना. आमचे नॅशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ द वॉटर स्पोर्ट्स आयले म्हणजे गोंयचे कितले भुरगे एडमिशन्स घेता म्हाका अजुनूय प्रश्नचिन्ह आहा. नॉट मोर दॅन 25%. नॅशनल इन्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ द वॉटर स्पोर्ट्स एट मिरामार. आमकां डिफरंट आयडियाज आमीच दिवच्यो पडटल्यो त्या खातीर. म्हणजे आयल्या उपरांत ताजो UG PG हांगासर सुरू जाता. पॅरामेडिकल्सचे आयुर्वेदांतले कितलेशेच कोर्सीस, पॅरामेडिकलांतले बाकीचे सगळे कोर्सीस, वॉटर स्पोर्ट्स इन हॉस्पिटॅलिटी सेक्टर इट सेल्फ. आमी म्हणटा की फ्रंट डेस्क आनी बाकीचे सगळे आसतना गोंयांत हॉस्पिटॅलिटी सेक्टरांत कितले भुरगे काम करता प्रश्नचिन्ह आसा. आमी सगळे म्हणटा BA BCom आनी BSc ट्रेन जावन भायर वयता आसतना इज इट हील वर्क एट द फ्रंट डेस्क म्हणून काम करतलो काय ना हेजी आमकां ताका स्किल्ड तितके तयार करचो पडटलो. म्हाका दिसता ताजेरूय थोडेशें आमी सगळ्यांनी जर लक्ष दिलें जाल्यार दीस वील हेल्प अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट परत एकदा कमी करपा खातीर आमी सगळे जाण मेळून काम करपाक शकता. इतकेच सांगताना म्हजी 2 उतरां सोंपयता. देव बरें.
Thank you, sir. It is indeed a matter of concern that though there are a lot of government opportunities in terms of upskilling the students and even further beyond, students just refuse to sign up in the numbers that we expect them to. So perhaps this seminar today would help us come together with some kind of at least a discussion on this topic and maybe eventually come to some kind of a solution to this. On behalf of all the participants over here, I assure the Chief Minister that we will take up this challenge and come up with something. We still have our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Hilal Menon. I request him to come and address the audience.
Honorable Chief Minister Dr. Pramod Sawant, Chairman National Assessment and Accreditation Committee Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, Chairman PES Mr. Sanjay, Deputy Advisor Dr. Leena, Mr. Chandrasekhar NAAC representative, all my colleagues from various education institutions across the state of Goa. A very good afternoon to all of you. In fact, this kind of a one-day seminar is really pertinent because I would say that Goa, Professor Bhushan Patwardhan was saying that Goa being a small state wherein 1 university and 62 colleges, I would like to inform him that almost half of the colleges have already done the accreditation, and even university also has done. Therefore, let me try to explain him the different, the activities we have taken to implement NEP 2020. I would like to tell in front of our education minister also, I would like to brief that we have already implemented NEP 2020 as far as the PG programs are concerned. Because we have restructured that. Prior to that, one of the recommendations of NEP is that encourage interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary courses to the students. That means give more flexibility. This, by keeping this in view, what we have done is that we have done away with the concept of department. In Goa University, we have no departments now. We have amalgamated different departments, and then we have established different schools. So under the school, we have number of programs, so that facilitates students to choose any of the programs of their choice. This was one of the initiatives we have taken. And then second one we have taken is that, Professor Bhushan was saying about sending the students for 6 months also to the field. In fact, let me tell you that we have already restructured our MSPG program, wherein the first year we are giving core courses, and the third semester means first semester of the second year, we are offering elective courses, and these elective courses, any student can choose these elective courses which can lead to the research. In fact, fourth semester is entirely devoted for research. But when I say research, it has to be Goa-centric research, because there are a number of problems Goa is confronting, and you need to take that as the topic and do research, and then come out with the solution. So this is the way in which we have organized. If you see that time immemorial, the academic institutions were concentrating on teaching, learning, and then research. But we have added one more dimension to that, that is community engagement. That means any research going on in a laboratory, of course, you have the data coming out, and then you are publishing in a high impact fact journal, but that also should be transcending research in the sense that that should have some application to the common man. By keeping this in mind, we have adopted 5 villages, and in fact we are going to add 5 more villages, around 10 villages, and we have already experimented with some of the activities going on in our microbiology discipline, and wherein we could see that marine farming. I personally had gone to the village, and I could see that marine farming was such that they were getting fish of around 20 rupees or 30 rupees. Now it's around 80 to 90. They have said that whatever technology, whatever methodology have been adopted or have been suggested by my colleague from microbiology could yield this much. So this is the kind of work we are doing, and we are also trying to spread that into various programs. So this is as far as the PG program is concerned. We have also implemented ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit. Academic Bank of Credit has been implemented, and prior to that we also, as I said earlier, restructuring the PG program into 80 credits. Because you have to have a uniformity across the country, otherwise when a student who is, let's say, studying in Goa University wishes to shift the base from Goa to somewhere else, he should be able to go to the second year or the next semester by transferring this credit. Therefore, this ABC has already been implemented. We have already framed the ordinance and it is approved. And then another thing what we have done is that we are approaching some of the best universities in the world, like Singapore University is the first one we have approached, wherein the idea is that we will have an MOU with them, and then we will offer dual degree courses and also the sandwich model. Sandwich model means 1 year, that means 40 semesters they would study over here, 40 over there, or depending on the number of credits they study here and depending on there, it will be decided that which university would give the degree. So that kind of an approach. But for that, we are just waiting for our NAAC accreditation, because our accreditation is done, but still the grade is not out. So I requested our chairman, please expedite that so that we would go ahead with that. And that is one. And then Goa University also, playing the role of a Vishwa Guru, because we had done a MOU with one of the universities in Bangladesh, Dhaka Maritime University, wherein we find that they actually approached us for extending our facilities. They have no human resource, they don't have any facilities, etc. So that has been done. And let me also tell you that we are in the process of, again, MOU with one of the universities in Kuwait, because there are so many Goan diaspora there. So to help them, we are going ahead with that. And another important thing is that, we have been working on this, especially the lab-to-land approach, in the sense that India is launching number of satellites. There are a number of sensors. So how that can go to the common man? So that was the approach we have adopted, wherein for the last 10, 15 years we have been working, and then I'm very happy to inform this August, especially Professor Bhushan Patwardhan, that Goa University have come out with the 2 bands exclusively to identify potential fishing zone. And I'm very happy to inform you that on 26th of November, when ISRO launched the satellite, there is a sensor called OCM sensor, and in OCM sensor there are 2 bands from Goa University. And this again, now we are trying to have an app for that, so that this app will be on the the handset of the fisherman, and whenever they go for a fishing, without any expenditure, in the sense that they can spend less amount for their diesel, and then they would be able to identify by the lat and launch. They have a GPS, they will have the app with them from the satellite how to identify potential fishing zone. That is one app we are going to develop. Another one is on the the sedimentation rate in the port area, because that again the government is spending a lot of money for that, so you will be able to do that. These are the 2 things. So this way, this is what I meant by transcending research, because whatever research you are doing in the laboratory, that should go to the common man. You publish, you have good publication, you are contributing to the science, but at the same time, that again can finally come out in the form of a product. And with this in our mind, we are again going to have some technical oriented program from Goa University from the next year onwards, because what we say is that we have science, we have research, we have technology and the product. But unless and until the technology, science and language fuse together, things won't work. Therefore, with this in our mind, we are going to have 2 technology programs from Goa University, and this is again as a prelude for our research park. We are going to have a research park which would house the bio incubator, health incubator and then IT incubator. So these are some of the initiatives we are taking. And let me also tell you that I have very good interaction with Singapore University as far as my research is also concerned. So whenever I go to Singapore, I realize that when you look at Goa and Singapore, the area wise is same. So if Singapore can develop to that level, why not Goa? So therefore, my proposal to Honorable CM is that let us make this Goa as a, the education hub, wherein Goa University will be the nucleus. We have NIO, we have NCPR, we have IIT, we have NIT. Also we have ICR Research Center. We would be able to see that both, in fact, if you see, when I go to village, I find that there are so much underdevelopment. So we would, eradicate the disparity between the rural and urban sector by having this kind of an education. Through education, let us see that we develop our Goa. Let's see that the economy of the Goa is going up. Let's see that this, unemployment, what Honorable CM has said, let it be reduced through our education. With these few words, let me thank Honorable CM for your, the gracious presence, and also Professor Bhushan Patwardhan for agreeing to be here and then interacting with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those visionary words in the concluding remarks, sir. The inaugural, I shall read out the vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan for his invitation from such a small college as ours, one of the youngest colleges in the state. It was quite an overwhelming moment for us. We didn't really expect him to say yes, but he did, so we are very, very, very grateful to him for that. We are thankful to our Chief Minister as well. He has always supported us, he has always attended all the events that we have invited him for, and his support has been seen and unseen as well, so we are thankful to him as well. We are grateful to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Hilal Menon. He has visited us once before, and where we had very interacted with the staff, and today again we have an opportunity to host him. So we are thankful to him, sir. Shri Prasad Dolekar is not present amongst us here, but we have had his support, him and the DHE. So I would like to place our gratitude to him as well. Closer home, we have some list of sponsors who have helped make this seminar a success. Of course, we started NAAC, they are the co-host of this seminar. Along with the Dempo group of companies has also sponsored the seminar. We have the DLF group, Hotel Fidalgo, who has given us this lovely venue. Eternia Luxury Villas, Ethernet Express, ITC Limited, and Extra Marks online learning platform. So we are grateful to all these entities for helping us host this seminar so successfully. From the management side, of course, I thank our chairperson, Shri Sanjay Valalkar sir. We also thank Shri Rajendra Bove, our secretary, who is with us today. Amongst the resource persons will be, the panelists will be with us in the later sessions. Dr. Pisurlekar, Dr. Arulkar, Professor Nadaf, Shri Srinivas Dempo, Ms. Leena Gahani, Professor Kamath, and Shri Chandrasekhar. Of course, Shri Ratnakar Lele sir. We are thankful to all of you for being here amongst us today in this session, as well as for the rest of the day. I thank all of you for being here. And with this short vote of thanks, I ask Shri Rudresh Mahamal to take over the proceedings. We are moving on to the next session very quickly. We do not want to waste time. So please remain seated. Thank you.
Session, technical session. As Honorable CM has correctly pointed out, to adopt to change, I quote, "It is this spirit with which the National Education Policy 2020 has been introduced. The state of Goa has embraced this change with evenly matching zeal, and the presence of 51 institutes from across the state and outside the state also is evidence to it. To hear from the spearhead of NEC, the chairman, Honorable Professor Bhushan Patwardhan ji, is a rare opportunity. First, the coordinator of the seminar, Dr. Arun Marathi, sir, to kindly escort Professor Leena to the place. Dr. Leena Govind Gahane is working as Deputy Advisor in NEC, Bangalore. Ma'am is Professor of Physics with teaching and research experience of over 22 years at Anjuman College of Engineering and Technology. Earlier, she has held responsibility as Dean Academics. She is a PhD supervisor at Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University and worked as member of Board of Studies. She is a member of NEC think tank and is instrumental in designing and development of new manual, application, state reports and assessment tools in the light of National Education Policy 2020. Her area of interest is superconductivity in reference to physical world as well as human life and nanofluids. A top academician, a patriot, and well-known personality of national stature. Let me present before you Professor Leena Govind Gahane. I request the principal of the college, Dr. Bhushan Bhave sir, to kindly welcome them with the seminar gift. Also present among us are distinguished guests, Professor Chandrasekhar, Administrative Advisor. May I request our Principal Sir to kindly welcome Sir with the seminar kit. Now I request Ma'am to kindly take over the session.
Let me check with where to point. Vande Bharat Mataram. Honorable dignitaries, Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan ji, EC Chairman, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Principal of this esteemed college, and all dear friends, Namaste. It's a great moment today that we had been hearing about the futuristic approach of accreditation. Though the title of this webinar is about getting ready for NAAC accreditation in light of NEP-2020, Dr. Bhushan has pointed out getting ready for quality education in light of 2020. So I shall throw light on, or rather I should say, the line of my presentation would be the Bharatiya perspective of education in present scenario. Then I shall talk about understanding various quality aspects of NEP, NAAC various criterias, institutional preparedness, and together we will do it. I think this is not probably, yeah. Or we did it. So this would be the flow of my presentation. So what we understood since morning in our keynote address, the true meaning of education. So भारतीय दृष्टिकोण से शिक्षा वह होती है जो व्यक्ति को व्यक्ति से जोड़े, व्यक्ति को समाज से जोड़े और समाज को राष्ट्र से जोड़े. The education should not merely be in the classrooms, rather students should understand the dynamic of the society and so also participate in national transformation. So this is what is quote from Swami Vivekananda. He says, education is not an amount of information that is put into your brain and is there for your life. Rather, education for human being means that process by which the character is formed, strength of mind is increased, and intellect is sharpened, as a result of which one can stand on one's own feet. In one line in Sanskrit shlok of Vishnu Puran, it is said that Tatkarma yanna bandhaya sa vidyaya vimuktaye ayasaya param karma vidyanya shilpanaipunyam. So the purpose of education is to equip. Professor Sawant today said we have to keep a balance between the theories and the practical. The skill education is a mandate of Goa state. So to equip the graduates to help acquire the possession of self. He talked about how many percent of the graduates they are still unemployed. This is just because of the students are not able to take a decision what sort of profession they wanted to choose or what line of services they wanted to put in their life. To liberate from ignorance. We have a knowledge, but the knowledge is not which is turned into the wisdom. In a morning session, Professor Bhushan Bhave talked about that the knowledge has to be transformed into the wisdom. In his translation, he was continuously translating was. And in his reference, he states, still, the Fule's poem on education system of India, it is still there. So it is very much important that to liberate from ignorance is the mandate of the education. To skill to live the better life. A skilled person can lead to a better life, to help manifest divinity within, to inspire, achieve the purpose of life as not just successful life, rather than giving a meaning to the life. This picture speaks a lot. In present situation, the variety of the students we have in a class, but we wanted to put them in a test wherein we are asking them to, score for the syllabus or for the paper for which they did not have a liking. I am happy to hear from Honorable Vice Chancellor that here the PG programs you have incorporated NEP wherein there are the electives. The students, they will have the subject of their own choice. And of course, if you have a choice, you can have, you put more hard work and naturally you can, enjoy the education which can be leading to a better profession rather than forcing them to appear for the same exams and acquiring the scores for. This is an optical illusion. It suppresses the vision from which actual fact is something else. But this optical illusion, it is appearing to us as if all the frames they are rotating. For past 75 years of our education, or rather I should go back, the one statement of a Macaulay, or the minute of Macaulay, Dr. Patwardhan talked of, it has created this illusion, and we are far away from what actually the originality or what actually the facts are about. So we at NAAC, we always say, don't run with ignorance. Rather, we should sense it, look for, hear, feel, read, understand, and be knowledgeable. This Panchatantra story we already know, so I did not get into deep into it. But I shall try to seek your attention on NEP 2020, the policy, what it envisions, and what all are the key changes in the current system. As rightly pointed out by speakers earlier, NEP 2020 talks of the Bharatiya-rooted education system, wherein there will be a sustainability into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high-quality education to all and thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. The dignitaries on dais has, inspired you to create a Goa as a international knowledge hub. So now the institutions from Goa can come forward, collaborate with many international higher educational institutions to make it as a knowledge hub. The curriculum and pedagogy of our institution must develop a deep sense of respect toward fundamental duties and constitutional values bonding with one's country. Sir talked of educatedness and mere education. The difference we can understand, because unless and until that sense of responsibility, that sense of concern for the society is not developed, then we are not going to be a Vishwaguru, that what we are expected to be. To instill a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought, but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as develop knowledge, skill, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to the human rights, sustainable development, and living and global well-being, thereby reflecting a true global citizens. So we always talk of the world is coming closer. Now we are towards a small global village. So therein the sense of responsibility, a sense of concern, a sense of interaction with all will really make us a true global citizen. We had heard about there will be 4 important regulatory bodies. I need not get into depth, but yes, slowly all what Dr. Patwardhan has pointed out, that the different accreditation agencies like NAAC, like NBA as well as NIRF, these will be the various functions, and they will be under one governing body called National Accreditation Council. NEP talks of restructuring of and consolidation of the institutions. So we already know that various institutions, they are running various faculties. But I, being a student of science, was not, I was not able to take the courses from either an engineering or of this, arts. Now, restructuring of the institution in close proximity will facilitate the students to have the variety of the subjects, and by that we can achieve the goal of multidisciplinary education. So synergy aspect here, it is very much important because it is a quality aspect. The interaction or cooperation of 2 or more organizations or a substance or rather agents to produce a combined effect greater than the sum of separate effects. So super speciality of some of the institution will definitely add a flavor to far better education to be imparted to the students. Then moving towards more holistic and multidisciplinary universities and colleges with more number of HAs. Since yesterday we had been listening to that many institutions in Goa has taken forward and they are collaborating with other institutions to impart a multidisciplinary education. So this is a great step, I should say. And the quality aspect here, it will improve the performance of the students, so that students, they will not merely be a graduates, because what Chief Minister has said, there are various MOUs of state government with the industry. So there will be an academia-industry interface which will enhance the skills in the students so that they become more employable. We talk of languages, and we had heard that it's not that what language education you have taken up. Rather, I should say कि मातृभाषा में अगर शिक्षा होती है तो हम आसानी से लोगों तक पहुंच सकते हैं. आपल्या सगळ्यांचा हाच एक अनुभव आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळे आपले पूर्व राष्ट्रपती APJ अब्दुल कलाम यांनी मातृभाषेतलं शिक्षण व्हावं याच्यासाठी खूप पुरजोर असा त्यांनी विषय सगळ्यांसमोर आणलेला होता. आणि मातृभाषेतनं शिक्षणातनं जो विषय सहजतेने आपल्याला समजायला हवा, एक भाषेमुळे जे समजू शकत नाही किंवा लँग्वेज बॅरियरमुळे ज्या अडचणी येतात त्याला ओव्हरकम करण्याच्या दृष्टीने किंवा त्याच्यातनं बाहेर निघण्याच्या दृष्टीने जर मातृभाषेतनं, इथे गव्हर्नमेंट इंजिनिअरिंग कॉलेजचे पण प्रोफेसर्स बसलेले आहेत, तर इंजिनिअरिंग कोर्सेस इन कोकणी भाषा किंवा गोवन भाषेमध्ये आपण जर करू शकलो तर इट विल बी अन ॲडेड ॲडव्हान्टेज. So the quality aspect is it will enhance the creativity, which is a key to the success. So the primary education is where the teachers can bring creativity in the children at that level. Teachers should become facilitators and they should promote the students for innovation. That is what was the tone of the keynote address as well as. NEP 2020 talks of greater autonomy to the institutions. We have heard that in Goa state there is only one autonomous college. Also some of the institutions, they had said what and all are the problems why there is a lack of autonomous institutions in Goa. But the performance of the institution to impart a quality education definitely will promote to the autonomy. So institutional autonomy is also important. Then revamping curriculum, pedagogy, assessment and students support. All these aspects are being the key indicators, I should say that the key points in national education policy. Rote learning we heard about, but here we are expecting some innovative ideas coming forward. Experiential learning, the variation or the new innovations in the pedagogy will definitely improve the understanding of the student, and they will have a better they will have a joy in education. Reaffirming the integrity of a faculty and institutional leadership. So quality aspect is there has to be a fair chance to grow to the capacity that is also said in national education policy. It talks of National Research Foundation, wherein there will be a seed money will be given to an idea which would be cultivating, and it will grow a research culture in right direction from the school education. So outstanding research as a co-requisite for outstanding education and development, that is also said in It is talking of light but tight regulatory framework wherein the students will have an option to choose, but the regulation will be there. There will be proper monitoring about the credits. Students can acquire credits. They will each effort made by the student to acquire education will be converted into credits, and they will be stored in academic bank of credits. So increase access, equity and inclusion is also because it is very much important to reach to the masses wherein the students after 12th there is a dropout due to some reason. So inclusiveness and equity and access to the students will play is also a key indicator over here. So all these aspects, they are important, and how we being an higher education institution are able to incorporate all these indicators at our own level. We should have to take a step forward so that the national education policy key indicators get implemented at our institution. It talks of relevance, confidence, satisfaction, and attention. It is possible only when the students are finding, a relevance of what subjects they are being taught in the colleges. Time has gone when we had blackboard and chalk learning. Now, due to technology era, or I should say internet era, the students are access to the education or information. They have many questions with them. What is missing link is about whatever queries they have, jitnyasa they have. We as a teacher has to facilitate, has to respond to their queries. It's not that all the while we can respond to all the queries, but together we should learn and try to get into deeper into the knowledge. So this is what is about optimal learning. Light has been thrown on the academic building blocks, which is called as academic bank of credit. Even if one semester is been cleared by the student, those credits will be stored there. And as the student come back or pursues credits from other institution, then after the 3 years of completion or 4 years of completion, the student will be eligible for either a degree with honors, diploma, and certificates like that. So this is a great thing, because when I was student that time, if any student completing 1 year and by some means if is not able to continue with the education, that 1 year was lost. Here all the credits will be stored with the student, as and when the student is back, he can access to that credit and acquire the degree. So that is a great thing about the academic bank of credits. It talks of internationalization, it talks of financial support to the student, promotion of Indian languages, arts and culture. So these are all things which we had in our Gurukul system, I should say. The students were facilitated, they were exposed to the experiences out, and that is how the education system in Bharat was. We had heard about the Gurukul system wherein various subjects were taught, but along with that, the day-to-day work the students were given so that they can understand life better than what we are making them to understand in the closed classrooms. So how was the degree granting and how was the examination pattern? So it was said that when the student has to give a diksha or final degree was awarded, that time the professor, or I should say the guru, used to take the shishyas to the top of the mountain, and he used to ask the shishyas, ki, oh, whatever you see around, whatever you hear, whatever you see, whatever you sense it, are you confident enough that you have acquired a thorough knowledge about what you see? If the student has a question that time, the students were stayed back, and those students who used to say that yes, we have understood everything, what we see, what we hear, what we sense, those only students were sent to the society. That is how we became a Vishwa Guru. So that particular system of education, if we wanted to instill in our Bharat, then definitely we have to give an opportunity wherein student will have an access to the education, and so also there will be a possibility of multiple entry and multiple exit. In the present education system, if the student by some means is out of education, coming back to the education was a great difficulty. I should say, being a woman, this multiple entry and multiple exit will definitely facilitate the girls student to pursue education even after their marriage. So this is a great initiative. How we implement it at our institution is at our disposal, I should say. There will be no hard separation, or there were great hierarchies and silos. This subject you will take, another subject you cannot take. Now the choices will be available. Creativity and critical thinking, it will be given. And experiential learning will be a great learning, I should say. So not near the exams, but actual experiences will have a thorough impact on cognitive skill, critical thinking, and converting the information into the knowledge, into the wisdom, and making it what you can say, a new learning. So ethics and human values it talks of. So all these things they are the key points in the I should say in the national education policy. It talks of the extensive use of technology so that the teaching learning becomes easy. We can reach out to the masses. As we are aware of, during COVID we had experienced that, and ICT has helped us a lot to reach out to the students. We could conduct our classes, we could take the exams, we had an interactive sessions as well. So there will be a recruitment, continuous professional development, positive working environments and service conditions it talks of. See, we had been hearing since morning that the sole responsibility lies on how you deliver your content. So I remember a quote of Chanakya. He says, "शिक्षक कभी साधारण नहीं होता, निर्माण और प्रलय उसकी गोद में पलते हैं." So any change, transformation we wanted to make, it is the educational institution and the professors working over there. Their responsibility is the highest for this transformation. It talks of curbing commercialization of education. There was a word in our discussion that what is wrong if we are making out the business, but national education policy talks more on about society-driven education. Earlier also we had a society-driven education wherein the social or the philanthropists used to take a responsibility to run up the higher education institution. So this is the background of a national education policy. In brief, I have just put some of the key indicators. Now let me bring you to the actual focus of NAAC, that is National Assessment Accreditation Council, its vision, its mission, and I will take down the various criteria for which we have been eager to listen to how we shall be accrediting our institution. If you look into the vision of NAAC, then it is to make quality the defining element of the higher education institution. This is a bigger and a broader perspective, I should say, and it is really a big challenge, but for past 2 decades, NAAC is working hard for, and almost 17,000 institutions NAAC has accredited. But the second line I would like to seek your attention to, through combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance initiative. That was today's keynote address, wherein the actual evaluation would be done by the institution. The promotion of various quality aspects, various quality initiatives has to be taken up by the institution, not mere for accreditation, but for making quality the defining element. So NAAC's vision is this. But what if I am accredited? It is being heard that 26 institutions in Goa, they are accredited, but we wanted to slowly make it to the 100%. So what and all are the benefits of accreditation? The first thing is that institution know its strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and what and all are the challenges. If you look into accreditation outcome document, therein you will find that what and all are your high performing metrics, what are low performing metrics, and what are the medium performing metrics. Friends, it is very much necessary to know what and all are the areas where we are performing good, but what and all are the areas or various criteria wherein we have to put hard work and come up to the level of quality which is being expected by the accreditation various criteria. Then it will help you for planning and resource allocation. You can collegiate on the campus, various funding agencies, DBT, RUSA and other. They will look for objective data if you are performing institution. Then institution can initiate, innovate and modern methods of pedagogy. So autonomy will be there with an institution to experiment some of the things at their own level. A new sense of direction and identity will be gained to the institution. So this is also a great benefit. And of course, whenever there are the placement drives, definitely the industries or any companies look forward what is the status of this particular institution. Are these, whatever education a student has acquired, whether it has some quality or not. So definitely during the placements, the industries or the placing institution, they look for it. And there will be intra and inter-institutional interactions. Because in NAAC's criteria, we ask for the MOUs or we ask for the collaborations. So if the institutions are in collaboration working for either a research purpose or some other aspects, definitely the institution who is under accreditation will get benefits of it. I would like to bring to your kind notice that if you look into 5 core values of NAAC assessment accreditation, and if we look into the indicators, what key indicators I should say of a national education policy, they are in line with national and NAAC's framework. What we say, the contribution to the national development. What and all are the initiatives, activities taken up by under NSS, NCC or other cells of the institution so that students are inspired to take and perform in the various national development programs. Fostering global competencies among students. What I initially said was even after graduation, whenever we meet the industry people, they said, oh, your students are graduated, but they are not employable or not employable graduates. So it's really painful after investing the 25 years of their life into the education, if we are not able to stand them in on their own feet, then really it is a painful thing. So if we are able to, through various skills, through various courses, what we call it as an add-on courses, value-added courses, or some other type of certification or diploma courses at our institution, it will add so that our students are able to foster the global competencies and will be equipped to face the challenges. Inculcating value system amongst the student, that is very much needed. We live in a diverse society wherein we have to deal with various type of people. So in that case, inculcating values among the student through various programs, various initiatives of the institution will be of apt importance. Promoting the use of technology, we at NAAC promote the technology. All your communication to the institution is through your portal. So we request institution to have their own websites. Whatever are the initiatives, in the morning there was one concern about minute to minute updation of whatever initiatives taken by the institution should be updated on some portal, and Dr. Patwardhan has pointed out of one nation, one data. So why not our own website will be that dynamic, wherein whatever are the initiatives, let it be in the public disclosure on the face of the institution on the website, so that it is accessible not only to you, to your stakeholders, as well as the prospects, whatever are the prospects in front of you, it will be accessible data. Then quest for excellence, if I am a high performing institution with a A grade, we should not get satisfied. We should go for far improving the grades to our institution, not to show to others, but inculcating or institutionalizing of the quality culture. So the total focus of assessment is the quality culture of the institution, and the initiatives should be the quality initiatives, quality sustenance and quality enhancement, and it is all reflected in the organization and the whole process of NAAC. If you look into the total process at a glance, then it is a ladder wherein first of all you have to register and create your HEI portal. You have to register with NAAC, and once you register with NAAC with the preliminary details about your institution name, that who is the in charge of your institution and other things, then after that the first application means your consent or your readiness to face the assessment accreditation is institutional information for quality assessment, what we call it as a IIQA application. Once the application is been submitted to NAAC, therein we look into all your SRA compliance, though I call it as a compliance, but it is an important document to know about what is the status of the institution as on date, whether it is affiliated to what university it is affiliated, other SRA compliance are there or not with the institution, and of course whether the institution is has a ISHE certification, ISHE code or not. So these are the basic things again in the IIQ application, and of course after that we have to fill in the self-study report, which is having a complete information, complete performance information about the institution for past 5 years. What we find, friends, that institution first feel IIQA and they are not ready with their SSR. They have not gone through the manuals which are hosted on NAAC website. There are 14 plus manuals for various type of institution hosted on NAAC website. 7 manuals are in bilingual, they are English and Hindi also. So it is a request to institution that before we step forward for assessment accreditation, kindly read the manual, understand the process, understand the SOPs, standard operating procedure. Look back to your institution where the data is there. We find that the data, documents in the institution, they are scattered. And when we feel IIQA and now the timeline starts for 45 days to submit your SSR, that time we start running. It's not like that. As we prepare for the marriage of our daughter, for a long time we had been preparing for it. Similarly, if the institution has to face the assessment accreditation, institution has to get ready. Yearly, I should say monthly, they should keep on, keeping the things in all racks properly and document the things properly. A question has come that there is a burden of documents. Yes, we do agree that there is a burden of documents. But once the institution is in habit to keep the things at a proper place, the documents becomes the usual process, and that is why NAAC has launched with AQAR. That means AQAR, yearly we will be submitting, that means yearly our documents will be in place and our SSR by 5th year will get ready to submit for next cycle of assessment and accreditation. That was a previous practice, but of course what is said by our Honorable Chairman, that we are revising the process, making it more robust, making it with a less burden of the documents. We are trying to improve it. But the present assessment accreditation process is like this. So the SSR, when we prepare, it is your analysis about your performance. That is why we call it as a self-study report. And of course, since the quantitative metrics are there, I will come to what is the definition. If time permits, then I shall cover up some of the points related to. And if
another 5-7 minutes you can take.
5-7 minutes, okay. So this is all is the process of SSR peeling. And of course the DVV is the third party evaluation of the data along with the supporting documents. What you provide as the claims to your data, to your numbers, they are being verified by the DVV, and there is a clarification raised by the DVV. If you wanted to still submit some of the document as per standard operating procedure, there is a timeline given of 15 days. So after DVV, if the institution is scoring 25% in the quantitative metrics, they are pre-qualified, and after that the pre-team visits occurs and grades have been declared. So this is all about the A&A process. It is been shown why it is been twist. Yeah. So these are the various timelines. These are also given in the manual. I will rush through the presentation. Why it is just okay. Okay. What we were talking of simplified affiliated manual. In the morning it was disclosed that the benchmarks to the affiliated manual, they are available on the NAAC website. You can see that drastically we have reduced the number of metrics. The number of criteria as well as key indicators, they are maintained, but the number of quantitative as well as qualitative metrics are reduced to 55. Earlier they were 96 plus. So now we have simplified the manual, and also the burden of the documents has been reduced. The whole assessment process, it is what you can say a combination of the three aspects. Self-study report is been prepared by the institution. student satisfaction survey, wherein the institution, basic stakeholders, I should say, the important stakeholders, they will have their opinion about the academic culture of the institution, and of course the peer members will be evaluating what and all are the quality aspects, what we call it as a qualitative metrics on site. So the all 7 criteria of the NAAC, they are the curricular aspect, then the teaching, learning and evaluation, then I should say the research and innovation, which is the heart of any educational institution. We should promote a research culture not only for the teachers but for the students as well as. To what extent the institution is supporting the students to the higher education, and what and all are the welfare measures taken by the institution. Infrastructure and learning resources is one of the 5th criteria. Then leadership, governance and management. And of course, we know that each institution, it is a distinct, it has its own way of performance. So that institutional values and best practices would be addressed, your practices you can showcase in the 7th criteria. So institutional preparedness for A&A process in the light of NEP, it enrolls that how you prepare your SSR, how you respond to the various criteria of NAAC, various metrics, and it's not because you desire something doesn't mean that you are ready for it. What I told you that the information, the guidelines, the support documents, everything is on the website. And so also one of the important thing what we had made available to our institution is our help desk. 24/7, the help desk is available to all sort of queries. We have conducted more than 200 webinars on the NAAC, through the NAAC, for the higher education institution. Even in the regional languages we have given the awareness programs. We have come with the seminar, financial assistance is there for the institution who are already been accredited. We have come with the mentoring scheme. I don't have much of the time, but I will just tell you that the institution who is with A and above grade can now mentor the institution around who wanted to aspire for the accreditation. In a close proximity of 100 kilometers reachable distance, if it is an affiliated or autonomous college, they can identify 3 institutions and the financial assistance of 50,000 will be given to the institution. If it is a university, they have to identify 6 such colleges, and a grant of 1 lakh will be given to. The only important thing in mentor-mentee scheme, what we call as a Margadarshan scheme, is that this has to be completed within a timeline of 3 months, because as per the NEP and Ministry of Education, we need to have more number of institutions coming in fold of or volunteering for the accreditation. So we had launched many initiatives at NAAC level also, and one of the initiatives is such webinar or the seminar in collaboration with NAAC. So that's all from my side. There are many slides, but due to short of time, I shall address to some of the questions if they are. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. With the permission of Honorable Chairman Professor Bhushan Ji, there was a question in the first session by one honorable academician on why NAAC was accrediting teachers education institutions, why it was discontinued, why it was reintroduced. For that, in a nutshell, I will put it across like this. There was NCTE and NAAC had a memorandum of understanding. At that time, Professor Bhushan Ji was vice chairman in UGC, not to accredit teachers education institution. Under an MOU, we were doing it. In 2017, NCTE resorted to go in for program accreditation, and they came out with a notification that all teacher education institutions, whoever wants to be accredited, henceforth they should approach Quality Council of India (QCI) for program accreditation. They came out a notification, and that MOU was discontinued in 2017. Hence, in 2017, NAAC in its executive council meeting resolved, yes, as per we honor the under MOU we are doing, because they have resorted to program accreditation. This we are doing institutional accreditation. That as per desire of NCT we have stopped henceforth, and we discontinued that from that point onwards. Somehow that program accreditation through Quality Council of India of accreditation of teachers education institutions went into some legal battle with NCT and Quality Council of India. There were some problems. Teachers education institutions started approaching NAAC. Why don't you take up again? They started, we were under instruction from UGC and Quality by the NCT, we stopped. Then UGC in its commission meeting took a decision, because for the reason of there is a legal impediment. The institution, teacher education institution should not suffer for our continuation of their autonomy and all. So UGC in its meeting, again Professor Bhushanji was there, Vice Chairman, it took a decision. So NAAC to restart its accreditation. In 2019, we resorted again to institutional accreditation. This is how the legacy of continuing, stopping, starting. Under the MOU we are doing, it was stopped as the MOU was terminated, and again for some technical reasons UGC wanted to help teachers training institutions, instructed NAAC to take up again. We are continuing. This is all. In a nutshell I put it. That's all. Thank you.
Now we'll open the session for question answers. Just to remind, we have just 10 minutes time. So if anybody has any questions to me, kindly be precise.
What evidence needs to be given regarding attainment of POs and COs? And second question is whether any certificate course conducted with outside, in collaboration with outside agency, will it be counted?
It will be at the institutional disposal. We are not asking for any evidence into it. Whether we are asking in description that whether the institution has a COPO attainment policy in their institution or not. They can arrive to their policy document, and that has to be confirmed by the head of the institution. One thing. Second thing is about the certificate course in collaboration with the other university you are talking. So under MOU, if you are having some certification, it can be. You look into the standard operating procedure, wherein we have well defined what and all should be the document which has to be produced for various metrics. Yes, sir.
We have to follow Bloom's taxonomy or any other procedure regarding attainment?
No. That is which type of institution you are?
No, we are general education, commerce, arts.
So you can arrive to your own ways of calculating the attainment.
No, but is there any clarity on that? Because some peer teams may talk about Bloom's taxonomy, or in your own seminar it was suggested that HODs can decide about
that is what I am saying, that autonomy is given to the institution.
How HODs can arrive at attainment of PO and COs. There should be some clarity given by NEC.
No such guidelines are given about the attainment calculation.
Thank you.
Academic audit in the institutions.
Sir, yeah. The academic audit even can be taken up by the institution at their institutional level. You can have an external expert, You can have your own pro forma to assess and audit how is the performance of the, academic performance of the students. There is no standardization of any sort of pro forma by NAAC. And neither we have identified any agencies as such. So it will be a call on the institution side, academic as well as administrative audit. At the most, what we can do in this case, some of the institutions, they have conducted such audits. We can refer to those audits, how they have conducted, and we can arrive at our own audit pro forma and can conduct the audit. Yes, madam.
Ma'am, good afternoon. I am Kala Nayak from Don Bosco College of Engineering, Margao. My one question is regarding the file, maintenance. 7 criteria. Usually we do soft copies and keep it ready. Now, do we have to take the printout of everything and keep the files as hard copy? Is it required?
No, not required.
But usually peer team asks us for the files.
Yeah.
Even in NBA we face
some of the documents are to be hard copy. For an example, all documents related to grants, related to finance, they may be kept in hard copy with you, right? But maximum things we are asking in soft only. If you look into the all quaternaries,
but does it depend upon the peer team or there is a policy?
No, it's not a policy. It depends upon peer team. All qualitative aspect they can ask for the documents to you. Okay. Regarding the welfare schemes of the institution, that policy document they can verify. Right? So it's not that all documents to be, but if you are having some mechanism, ERP mechanism, wherein you are also able to take an attendance online, that will also be okay, we can validate that document also. Authentication has to be there by the head of the institution. Somewhere you should put the digital signatures if required in that case then.
Okay, then it is valid. E-signature is valid.
E-signature is valid.
Yeah, we have to minimize cutting of trees. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is important.
We'll take one last question. We will continue with our discussion session post lunch. So this will be the final question.
See, as per you are the expert in the NEP, so we have a question about the clustering. Clustering is being talked as per the UGC has very clearly given the guidelines that clustering is between the government institution and clustering between the private institution. If the clustering can be mixed between the private and government.
Sir, that decision your state government has to know. That is a policy decision.
No, how policy decision works against state government? Because what happens that UGC gives a certain guidelines.
Yes.
And when the guidelines, because if there is no, then why UGC has to come with the first guidelines? Because if that is given to the freedom of everybody, then there is no meaning for whatever the guidelines given by the UGC. See, ultimately, we have to come across the globe, means across the India, common educational policy. So if the state, because most of the time state policy should not interfere so that whatever the central policy, because it has to be in line with the central policy.
Yeah, but each state has various flavors as well as various aspects to be addressed to. I would like Bhushan sir to answer this question. It doesn't come under my purview.
No, UGC policy does not stop governments from coming out with this policy. So UGC's broad policy UGC has come out with, It is not stopping you. If some governments wants public and private to be combined, it is up to you. We are not stopping it. Where is the regulation of UGC which is prohibiting it?
There is no guidelines.
No, because we are not getting into it. The moment guideline comes in, there is a rigidity. You cannot do that. There is no guideline, you are free to do that.
The guideline is government to government, private to private. The UGC guideline.
But UGC guideline, there is a difference between guideline and regulation. UGC guidelines government of state governments can come out with their own regulations. So it is not, if there is UGC regulation, then the problem will come. If there is a guideline, governments can take that decision. And private meaning you mean private granting? Private granting, you mean?
Private management. Private and
and better way could be, if this is a discrepancy you have pointed out, you should raise it formally. So if it is not there, it can be included also, because somehow that time it may not have been thought about.
Okay, that was the final question for the session. It was honor hosting Honorable Professor Bhushan Patwardhan ji here for this seminar. As we all are aware, sir is a state guest for the International Ayurveda Congress, and yet sir has made it possible to spare half a day of his busy schedule with us. So on behalf of Prabodhan Education Societies, Vidya Prabodhi College of Commerce, Education, Computer and Management, and on behalf of everyone present here, I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank you, sir, for your presence and your time and your guidance. Ma'am, Professor Leena and Professor Chandrasekhar will be available with us for the post-lunch session. So if we have any further questions, we can have it during the post-lunch session. Now we are going to break for lunch. Lunch will be served on 4 counters. The first counter is reserved for VIPs. It is request to all the dignitaries who are present here, if somebody has missed out on the registration, kindly complete the formalities so that we can issue the certificates to you all. And we will assemble post-lunch sharp at 2:30 for the panel discussion session. Thank you, everyone.
is a motivational speaker and resource person at various academic programs. A member of several statutory committees of Goa University, chairman of Principals Forum, a member of the peer team of NAAC, and besides this, Sir actively contributes to the society through various institutions and NGOs. It is rather dignifying to have an experienced senior professor such as Arulkar Sir with us today. Welcome, sir. Moving to our next panelist, we have Professor Vikas Pisurlikar, Principal, PS Ravinine College of Arts and Science, Farmagudi, Ponda. He has been in teaching field for the past 30 years with remarkable contribution and expertise in the field of chemistry, physical chemistry, material science, nanomagnetic oxides and ferrites. Having published significant number of papers in these areas, he has been awarded and acknowledged for his research contributions. Professor Pisurlikar has served in various committees at various levels in the field of higher education. He has been a member of BUS Goa University in various subjects, member of IQSC, member of Ordinance Drafting Committee, member of Academic Council, and likewise, a dynamic personality who is continuously thriving for the betterment of his students. Sir, we welcome you here today. And for our next panelist, as representative from DHE, we have with us Professor Nadav, Deputy Director of Higher Education, Directorate of Higher Education. Sir has worked as an officiating principal at Mallikarjun College, member of Academic Council at Goa University, member of BOS at Goa University and other autonomous colleges. Sir is also invited as an external examiner for PhD and MPhil degrees at various universities and colleges outside Goa. Sir has published 9 books on geography and environmental studies, written 7 chapters in edited books, published about 30 papers in reputed index journals, and also writes articles in newspapers. He has received Best Geography Teacher Award in 2015, initiated by the Deccan Geography Society of India at Udaipur, and Government of Goa awarded the State Teacher Award for the year 2021 for excellence in higher education. That's Professor Nadav to you in brief. Welcome you, sir. I take this chance to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Leena Ghane, Deputy Advisor NAAC, who has wholeheartedly agreed to answer questions and express her views in reference to any questions or topics of her expertise during this session. Thus, I conclude the introduction of our panelists. Before we begin with the discussion, I invite our Vice Principal, Dr. Anil Thosre, to kindly escort our panelist and chairperson to the dais and welcome them with a token of gratitude.
Thank you, sir. I request the chairperson to kindly take over.
Very good afternoon to one and all. And it's a real pleasure for me and a privilege to be a part of this unique session that is organized by the Vidya Prabodhini College of Commerce, Education, Computer and Management. My congratulations to them, particularly to Professor Bhushan Bhave. I must compliment him that he started this session exactly at 2:30. I mean, you know, it's very rare to find conferences, seminars, functions starting so much on time, and I observed that in the morning also. It was really a treat to listen to Professor Bhushan Patwardhan in the morning. Unfortunately, I had to leave a little early because I had some other commitment, but felt so positive after listening to him, and thought that, we are in good hands as far as NAAC is concerned for the future, and all of us can look forward to a very, very productive years ahead in serving the cause of education to our younger generation. I'd like to start with something that I had attended an executive upgrading program, because I am in business, so once in a while I have to attend in a leading management institute where one of the leading consulting companies of the world gave us the top 10 skills that the younger generation would require, not only to thrive but prosper in this world. And I'll come to it later why I'm saying this. And I'll read out those 10 skills. One is complex problem solving. Second is critical thinking. Third is creativity. Fourth is people management. Fifth is coordinating with others. Sixth is, and mind you, it's emotional intelligence. It's not IQ but EQ. Judgment and decision making. Service orientation. Again, connect with the community. Negotiation and cognitive flexibility. How much of our education addresses any of these issues with students? They may be addressing in bits and parts. Some of you all may be doing a great job in teaching on your own. But I think the curriculum as such doesn't address many of these issues. And that is why I think the Ministry of Education, under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, announced a game-changing, a real transformative national education policy in the year of 2020. And I did not repeat, you heard Professor Bhushan Patwardhan as to what is the intent of the NEP. The intent of the NEP is to build a solid next generation. I think that is something that we all owe to the next generation of society. Our country is being looked upon as the fastest growing economy of the world. Our country is being looked upon as someone with a very young population. Actually, other countries are jealous of our younger population. Now, how do we channelize this into being productive individuals? And I think that's where the role of NEP comes. As I said, it's not only academics. Yes, academics is very important, and as Indians, we have some of our traditional strengths that Professor Patwardhan mentioned, like mathematics. But we also need character building. We need more loyalty towards the nation. We need to serve the less privileged members of the society. All of us aren't fortunate like us, and access to education and health is a major challenge before the government of India, which they have done a great job, but there's a long journey to cross. And I think today, this panel is exactly, there are a lot of experienced individuals here. They have been already introduced to you as to what are the challenges and the opportunities that NEP presents to us, and how NAAC is something that we go through every day or every cycle in our existence of the institution. And sorry to use the word, NAAC is perceived as a monster, because in my own colleges I go through, and when I check with principals and professors, and if you see the reaction on their face, it is like a final exam of your 4th year when you are in graduation. Everything is left, and how do we change that? I don't blame the faculty or the principals, but how do we change that and embrace that to be a daily part of your life? It's something that the corporates went through ISO 9000 and 14000. Year 1, year 2, year 3 was a nightmare, but today, it is helping me at my level so much that I can pick up broad parameters from ISO 9000 and 14000 and see exactly whether my company is doing what in those roles. So that is what NAAC is supposed to do in the light of the new NEP. And I think we had excellent keynote addresses by NAAC officials, by the chairman, saying that how NAAC would probably change with the evolving geographical map of the educational system in the country. But these 3 gentlemen have walked the talk. They have gone through various NAAC cycles. They have done a lot of research. They have seen how education, probably the challenges and the opportunities when you're transforming education in line with the new education policy. Because we are completely going to go, and it will not happen overnight, as Professor Patwardhan said. The end goal is 2040, but that's not a whole lot of time. And we need to start working on right now. So the whole idea of this panel discussion is to ask these gentlemen for their views on how they see NAAC evolving in the light of the new NEP. You know, challenges will always be there, but we are all there to find solutions. And with an academic lineage of your kind, as has been said, Goa has been fortunate enough to have so many colleges under the Goa University. And under the guidance of DHE, now we are already looking at how we implement the NEP. You know, I know a lot of colleges have started the cluster approach, including our own colleges. We are discussing a multidisciplinary approach to education. And I actually encourage and support it, because I always tell my principals, you know, it is something that the students earn for. Why can't I, as a management graduate in the US, I took public speaking as a lecture. Now, public speaking is not a core part of business management. So you can pursue your likes, you can pursue your passions in addition to your core competence, and enlarge your knowledge base, enrich your experiences, and be more contributing to society. I think that's the end result. So without wasting much further time, the way I recommend conducting this session is I will ask these three gentlemen to give their opening comments, that how do they see NAAC change in light of the new NEP, and what are some of the challenges and the opportunities that they see. So probably we'll restrict that to 5 to 7 minutes from each panel member. And then, as always, the purpose of such a panel discussion is that the question should flow from you, because you are there, many of you all have gone through the NAAC process. By the way, I was surprised when Professor Bhushan told me that many of the Goan colleges haven't even started the process of NAAC. I think that's something that we need to change after this seminar, you know, because NAAC should not be looked as only a compliance issue. NAAC should be looked as a continuous process improvement issue to serve your students, who are the main stakeholders of your education. So let me start by Professor Arolkar. He will give his opening comments. My humble request is to maintain it to 5 to 7 minutes, so that we give enough time to the audience, you know, to ask their questions, and then probably we'll end it with the concluding comment from each panel member. Thank you. I welcome you, Professor Arolkar. Give your comments.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Honorable Chairperson, Shri Srinivas Nempo, my fellow panelists, Professor Vikas, Professor Nadab, NAAC officials, and my dear friends. Let me join our chairman in congratulating the Vidya Prabodhini College for organizing this beautiful seminar today. All of us have most of the colleges and teachers who are present here, they are all familiar with NAAC. And now NEP being introduced, or to be introduced from the next academic year, NAAC has also decided to orient itself in line with the recommendations of the NEP 2020. And I feel that all the educational institutions should also orient their all processes, including teaching, learning, and assessment, in tune or in line with what is proposed by the NEP 2020. Of course, there are many challenges which are posed by this total shift. Why I am saying total shift? Because we are going from something which has come during last 75 years, and there is going to be a sudden shift. And one of the question or challenge that was raised was there will be lot of work for the teachers. Now, if you see in the current situation, yes, and as the chairman of NAAC, Professor Patwardhan said, that is because we are taking NAAC as an activity once in 5 years. We don't collect the data regularly, we do not update the data regularly. And that's why during the last year, when the process starts, everybody is put under tremendous pressure to collect all the information and data that is required. But the NAAC has proposed that, that there is something, a new initiative which will be launched, that is One Nation, One Data, and wherein there is a possibility that the data will be captured live. And in that case, if that is done, then it will be wonderful, provided all the stakeholders, that is the faculty, students, the office, everybody collects and updates this data regularly. Here I would like to, of course all of us know, the initiative of our Directorate of Higher Education. They have already launched that AIMS portal, wherein there are about 16 modules which will be there. Some of these modules are already operational, and those modules are such that whatever you require, the statistics or data, can be uploaded live, including the student attendance, the student marks, the teacher lecture plan, learning outcome, course outcome, everything will be available. So in that way, we have already started the march in the current direction, in the right direction. Now, if that is linked to that NAAC or the national portal, what will happen? All the information will be available, and as and when any activity is conducted, the same can be, the information or the data can be uploaded, and we will get the information in time. Now, currently what happens, because there is AISHE, there is NIRF, there is information to be submitted to the university, to the government, and each one has different deadlines. There is no fixed deadline. That's why the data, there's a mismatch, goes on changing. For example, the enrollment last date is 1 month after the admission, whereas for AISHE it is 31st of October, and for some other it is 31st of December. So the student data and all keeps on changing. But if you have a fixed deadline up to which the data will be considered by all these agencies, then there won't be any mismatch, and the institutions will not have to update this data again and again. So that is one thing. So if we have this, and if we train all our teachers and all our staff in this particular process, we will feel that there will be sufficient time available for the teachers to focus on academics, because being affiliated college, our main task is teaching, and in teaching, now if you look at the NEP-2020, everything is going to be student-centric. The whole focus will change from teacher-centric to student-centric, and to undertake student-centric approach, the teacher will need, or they have to be given a lot of time for preparation, because finally, if they are only able to guide the student properly, then our product or the quality will increase. So that is one thing. The next point which I would like to highlight, and which is an opportunity for all of us, is incorporating this skill enhancement in your curriculum. Now, if you look at this NEP 2020, vocational education has been given equal weightage as same as the traditional courses. Earlier, what vocational education was always looked down. It was not given that much of standard. So here, the vocational education is given prominence, and if that is there, then colleges will not have to conduct all these separate skill development courses. A student over a period of 3 years, while undertaking this graduation program, they can they can complete 1, 2, 3 or 4 skill enhancement courses of their choice. Now again here we have to be very, very careful. See that don't thrust those subjects on the student because the institution is not in a position to attend those type of courses. Now that is exactly what is happening, because we are too much worried about the teacher's workload and all other things. But if we have umbrella of courses, and if the students can choose, that skill development, vocational education can easily take place. Then there is also another opportunity to provide soft skills, communication skills, industrial training, internship, etc. But one thing we have to remember, now this currently we are doing it as additional activities, but we have to give credits to all this so that it becomes part of our curriculum. So there is no need to separately conduct these programs. We have been doing it in our BBA curriculum. If you see our BBA curriculum, there are credits assigned to soft skills, communication skills, internship, and the term is structured in such a way that students get chance at least to complete every year 4 weeks of internship. Now that internship merely should not be just going to the industry and getting a certificate, but there has to be an assessment or evaluation that has been done. So this is again a great opportunity, and it is online, it is in line with what has been proposed by NEP, that is the skill development of the student. So it is going to happen as the student is progressing from first year to third year. But we have to give sufficient credits to the students, and we will have to evaluate those credits as well. So if you look at it, there are so many new opportunities which are thrown at us by the NEP 2020. And another important aspect is that the NEC is coming out with certain rubrics by which they are going to assess the institution. They are going to assess the institution not by the inputs but by the outcomes, and they are going to assess the cognitive outcomes, the literacy, numeracy, and all the reasoning reasoning capabilities, their argument skills, etc. Now if that is online, finally we will find that all these things will be incorporated into NAAC, and while we are taking up, while we are doing our natural process of imparting education, the quality enhancement will be automatically take place, and at the same time when we go for accreditation, it will be not at all a strenuous process at all, but everything will be in place. So I feel that this NEP 2020 and the alignment of NEC with NEP 2020 both together is going to help immensely all the institutions to impart the quality education to the students. Thank you so much for your patient listening, and thank you Principal Bhushan for giving me this an opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Arulkar, for your comments, and I think some of the issues that you've highlighted are very, very relevant in terms of making NAAC more sort of proactive with the NEP. I think your issues on data collection and all we'll discuss later, but those are some very, very relevant issues, and thank you. Can I ask Professor Pisulekar to deliver his opening comments?
Namaskar. Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman, Sri Srinivas Dempo, Chairman, Dempo Group of Companies. I'm also thankful to Professor Bhushan Bhave, my former colleague at PES College. And probably I may be today a panelist because my college has just uploaded the NEC SSR just yesterday. And NEC has come out with the benchmark which we were going through, how our SSR in terms of benchmark will stand. Having said that, if I look at what we have done in last 6 months, and as in the morning Professor Patwardhan and Dr. Leena has said, NEC started in 1994 with a subjective assessment. And over 28 years, as the process is dynamic, we have seen from subjectivity it has gone to the objective assessment to enhance the quality. And as we say, as the institution goes for accreditation, it will definitely enhance the quality of the education imparted to the student by the different higher education institutions. But then the difficulties which we have faced in last 6 months is, if you have seen in 2017 when NEC decided to go for the subjective and objective type of the assessment with 30% subjectivity and 70% objectivity with different matrices totaling about 121, which were then reduced to 96. And when we started preparation and we were about to go for IIQA, we were surprised that in the month of February, the NAAC comes out with another manual saying that those who are going to upload their data from 1st June, they will have to do it under a total matrices of 55 with 34 quantitative and 21 qualitative analysis. So at my college, my NAAC coordinator, my IQAC, they just came to me and said, sir, everything has to be now realigned because many of the matrices have been now merged, particularly the qualitative one. What advantage we had of 1,000 words, now they are being reduced to 500 words. And as the chairman has said, I also felt that that moment that NEC is a monster. Because I'm not doing this just for a compliance, because we at PES College have done a lot of activities, not just for uploading at the NEC, but that is what we see is in our vision and mission, that as a higher education institution, whatever we have to impart and give it to the student under those various criteria, we always do it. Because once this type of the thing happens, then the difficulties that we have faced are tremendous. First of all, when we went for our IIQA, we were told that your period is not from 16-17 to 2021, your period is now 17-18 to 21-22. Examination had just happened because of the pandemic, COVID, which was late. And one of the parameters is student progression to the higher education. So I just called the NAAC official and said, if you say that within 45 days I have to fill this data, I have only now left 4 years and not the 5 years, because 1 year data to incorporate in this format will take a lot of time. Then they were quite generous enough. They said, you can raise the query in the portal. We will definitely help you in extending the time, and I'm very thankful that they extended our time. And since Goa University has got GART, and because of which the student in advance knows whether they've got an admission or not, because normally at my college more than 50% go for a higher education. To be precise, in last 5 years it is 57%. So this data is quite huge, more than 180 students going for higher education. So to get into all these names, where they have gone, which program they are going to go in, it has really taken us a lot of time to get into this. But because of this time which was extended to us, we could really do it in a proper way. when I look at because I won't be talking in terms of how NEP has to now realign with what we are doing, because what I see is many of the things are already happening. So if we look at industry academy, actually, in fact, some of them, what they are talking about, and as Professor Menon, the Vice Chancellor, said that postgraduate now has been already aligned with one semester going to be a compulsory internship. So on similar lines, if our curriculum is redo it, because I am running a course on industrial chemistry which has compulsory training of 60 days for the student in the industry. And what I have seen is it really helps the student, because what theory which we are teaching at the college is really put into practice when they go for this particular type of the training, and many of them are doing very well, because this course is run for last almost 30 years, and most of these with industrial chemistry background are today occupying the positions in the industry, in the research institution, and even in the academic field. And all of them have said, because we underwent this training of 60 days, we really felt that experiential learning has really helped us, rather than what lectures are being given in a classroom. So NEP, if you look at another thing, and we have heard enough of Macaulay needs or Macaulay education. Yes, I do also feel, and I always say that our education today is compartmentalized. I have certain subject in BA, certain subject in BSc, certain subject in BCom, certain subject at engineering. But I can't take the subject of my choice. If I want to take two subjects in science and another in arts, it is not possible. But with NEP, which is now going to give these opportunities to the student, one can design his or her own degree with certain core subject and different types of electives. I think that will really give a real chance to the student to see that the degree that what they are going to earn is made or taught by them, and not what we really force onto them. So in a way, when we will be looking at the 4-year course also, because although the draft regulation is still not out, because with 3 and 2 what we are following, and 4 and 1 what is going to come, NEP may have to look at how this 4-year course will be actually assessed, because it can be an honors degree or a research degree. And when you are going to have an honors degree or a research degree, we may have to see how the assessment for that particularly because this will be linked to the colleges, how the assessment and accreditation will be seen by this assessment when we look about this. And finally, as industry academy, as I already have said, my college is located in an area where within 15 kilometers there are major industries, major industrial estates, and whenever we interact with these people, they always say, what you are giving is just a theory. And therefore, as Professor Patwardhan has said in the morning, the graduates which we are churning out, they are not employable. So what is the solution? The solution is we have to have a healthy academia-industry interaction where there can be a concept which is now coming out of a professor of practice. These professionals can be made as a professor of practice or adjunct faculty. They can be got into the colleges, and we can align our curriculum. What are the requirements of the industry? And if there is a balance between theory and practicals or applicability, I think all our students who will be graduated will definitely get an employment, and we may not have a problem where we see, as our Chief Minister was talking about, 30% unemployment rate, and there are jobs which are available, but we don't have a student with that particular skills. And if we can look into this under the NEP, I think this problem of unemployment can be also solved. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thanks once again for, I think you shared some practical issues with NAAC, which probably will disappear in a few years, but we can discuss this as we interact with the audience. And another very vital point you raised was industry and academia interaction. Here I have a slightly different point of view. I think we can't blame only the educational institutes. The industry also has to come forward and be more patient with students who are freshers. I see the kind of pressure that is there with the industry today. Their patient quotient is very low. And they want everything ready-made. I'm sorry to say I'm also from industry, but they want everything ready-made. So some sort of, a forum or a structure has to be designed at a very high level. I don't like to use the word force, but to encourage industry to interact with academia and take this forward. But a very valid point, thank you. May I now request Professor Nadaf to give his comments. Also from the point, since you're working with the Director of Higher Education, your department has been very, very supportive to all of us. But we'd love to hear from you, how you see NAAC changing in light with the new NEP. Thank you.
Distinguished chairperson of this session, my respected fellow panelists, principals, other invitees and my friends. At the outset, I'm very happy to be part of this panel discussion, for which I'm grateful to Principal Bhushan Bhave sir for giving me this opportunity. NAAC is into the business of assessment and accreditation in last 28 years. In these years, the process of assessment has undergone a tremendous change. There was a time in the 90s when colleges were given stars, 3-star, 4-star, 5 stars and 7 stars. From stars we moved to grades, C, B, A plus and whatnot. And now we have come to know that the colleges will not get the grades. They'll be assessed or not assessed, meaning credited or not accredited. The National Education Policy 2020 has opened many doors to our students. Earlier in 1968 and 1986, National Policy on Education emphasized importance on equity and access. Those were the main focal themes of those policies of 68 and 1986. But National Education Policy has brought two more dimensions, and those two dimensions include affordability, accountability, and the third one, very important, the quality. So all these years, in 75 years, we were into providing mass education. We never thought of quality. Maybe at that time, providing mass education was necessary, but we have traveled a very long distance. And today, we have to only talk about quality. The earlier policies talk about what to think, but National Education Policy is telling us how to think. In other words, problem solving and critical thinking. So these are the areas where we will have to discuss when we think of implementing National Education Policy. Recently, we visited few states. We went to Gujarat as government representatives, we went to Andhra Pradesh, we went to Karnataka, and also Telangana. And we saw that these states are quite ahead. For example, Karnataka is in the 3rd year of implementation of NEP, Gujarat is in the 2nd year, and Andhra Pradesh has already started. And except that we have done some changes in the PG curriculum, so far I think we have not thought of how our curriculum is going to be at the undergraduate level. I think this is very high time that the university should take a decision on implementing NEP at the earliest. There are many parameters which will be part of NAAC assessment in the years to come. As the formats have been changing, the formats will continue to change because they are all dynamic. Things will keep on changing, so whenever changes happen, so those changes will be definitely reflected in the years to come by way of the formats. A very important when it comes to NAAC, because there are certain aspects under NEP, they will become mandatory. For example, academic bank of credits, we have no option. Exit, multi-entry and multi-exit, no option. Everybody will have to do it. Similarly, outcome-based education, institutional development plans, outcome-based education, Indian knowledge system, skill development, all these will remain as compulsory component of the assessment which will start later. But one important initiative which government of Goa has taken, other governments are also taking, that is transforming higher educational institutes into multidisciplinary institutes. This is something very important. And since here NAAC officials are sitting, they, I think, should think very seriously in this area. So whenever you are going to make the formats, there should be maximum advantage given to the clusters. Because we don't know what will happen, whether cluster will go for assessment or still colleges will go for assessment. Even if cluster goes or colleges go, there has to be some advantage of being part of a cluster. Already in Goa, we have three strong clusters which are coming up. There's possibility that another 2 clusters may come forward. Directorate of Higher Education has its own vision. It's working day and out under the leadership of Shri Prasad Loliekar. We have been doing whatever is required to be done at the level of government. But whatever has to be done at the level of university, so university will have to do it. After visiting states, I observed that Andhra Pradesh, for example, has got its own state assessment, like how we have NAAC at the national level, they have NAAC at the state level. So they first assess the colleges. Like NAAC, they have their own manuals. All 7 criteria, they have manuals. So they assess their colleges and then they send their colleges for NAAC. So what happens is, if a college, of course now the grades have no sense, no meaning, but in the earlier case, so they have made all the possible efforts. The college which is supposed to be B+, they will mentor them to become A, and they mentor them to become A+ and A++. So that sort of mechanism, I believe, we should also come out with in our state. But it appears little difficult because our number is very small. A small state has advantages as well as disadvantages. So I don't know whether we can think on that particular line. Documentation is one major problem. We always discuss this. And our chairperson and also Pisullega sir said that NAAC is a monster. Yes, sometimes, because there's so much of documentation. For qualitative questions, if you just scroll down the attached documents, runs into 300-400 pages, depending on what sort of activities you have done. I have one small suggestion. The AQAR that we fill, we should, meaning NAAC should combine the AQAR of 5 years with proper documentation, and at the end of 5 years, yeah, I'll stop, sir. At the end of 5 years, I think that should be our self-study report, so that during that year, we have finished our work and we are not doing any documentation. But here I just would like to add one small thing, that which is again there in Andhra Pradesh and also in Gujarat. AQAR is sent to Directorate of Higher Education. during that year. So, two advantages. One, proper documentation is done, and secondly, timeline is met. So, we always ask for extensions. Give us 6 month extensions, another 6 months and another 6 months. So for last so many years, extension and extension. And there are colleges, they will fill 5 AQAs at once and they go for NEC assessment. So that sort of exercise if we can have, I think the headache of documentation and having so much of work, I think will be absolutely reduced. And one request, since NEC officials are here, and with that I will stop. In Goa, there are areas where SC, ST, OBC population is not there. So there are certain points earmarked for SC, ST population. SC, ST population. So when we don't have, the colleges end up losing points. So if suppose tomorrow, in the new format, such kind of questions come, I think we should look at a pan-India level. If we go to Northeast India, there may not be SC population, so they will have more of ST population. So I think there should be little liberty and relaxation given to the colleges so that they will not lose out. Anyways, I will stop here. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Professor Nadav for giving us the viewpoints of the state government in many, many areas, and also highlight some of the issues that are in front of the state government, particularly the Directorate of Higher Education. It's now time for you. Actually, I was monitoring the time only because I complimented Professor Bhushan saying that he started everything on time. And if I delay my session, then I will get a bad name. So we should end everything within time. But there is enough or a little bit of time for question and answers. Here are three gentlemen who have immense experience. We have officials of NAAC with us. We are very fortunate to have them. I will actually start a question from my side. You know, we have seen NAAC for so many years now. It has evolved. It has evolved for the better, by the way. That's what my principals tell me, that the changes are for the better. But this humongous documentation, I think NAAC is not a monster, but the documentation becomes the monster. What is the thinking of NAAC in this direction? I know Professor Arolkar covered it in brief, saying that live data, documentation are all fine for, because we have NAAC, we have NIRF, we have so many other things. Is there a plan to integrate things and simplify it? Because I think one way is to make documentation more simple. We still continue to be challenged by the requirements and how we should aspire ourselves to be. So any thinking, I would ask the panel members their wish list, and then if NAAC could respond, I'd be very, very grateful. How would you like to see, we'll start from you because you are the latest backgroundist, that you find so many documents. So how would you like to see that change? And then probably we could request honorable members of NAAC to respond.
See, my college is also filing every year for NIRF.
Yeah.
Although it is a ranking. What I have seen is, if we do it NIRF on the lines of NET, is what Professor Nadav has suggested also, then the documentation part can be taken care of. Because the way we are now filing all the data for NIRF, on similar lines, data is also filed for NET. But what
criteria are different.
Yeah, the NEC works on 7 criteria, NIRF works on 5 criteria. But what happens is, because this data is to be put together and uploaded at the end of the 5th year, that creates a problem. And secondly, as the process is being dynamic, and as I said, that if NEC suddenly decide that from 2017 it will be 30 and 70, so those who are going to be assessed at say 18 and 19, they are losing for what they have done for the earlier one. Or similarly, when I went this time, from those 96 when it came down to 55, although I may feel that it is beneficial to me, but to put the data within those words, say for example qualitative matrices. Earlier I had liberty of 1000 words, now we have to manage everything in 500 words. And so much activities we have done, then even if we don't put a, the, everything, still it exceeds the 500 words. Or what I have to do is, I should not give all the things what I have done. So if NAAC can relook at this, that instead of asking, as Mr. Nadaf has said, we will just file AQRs for 5 years. You just combine together and then give us the grade. So then there is no, like what NIRF is doing right now, that they are not even coming and visiting based on what data you have filled, they will give the ranking. So if it is done in a similar way, I think all this process of 6 months, 8 months of hard work, we are missing somewhere here. The SOPs are suddenly in between our chain. That also takes a little time for redo all the things. So all this can take care of if we know that for this particular year, these are the SOPs, these are the things expected. We just upload. Thank you.
Anything any of the group would like to add before they respond?
Yeah. I would like to say that one nation, one data is coming, but I don't know when it will happen. It may probably take another 10 to 15 years. But till then, that accreditation process has to go on. And if it continues like this, the colleges will be still under that tremendous pressure. So somewhere, either the colleges which are already accredited, the NEC portal should be kept live, and the information can be submitted on real-time basis. And the NEC can give a specific deadline for the data submission, so that that number of students and all that, or the NEC should capture some of the data directly from iShape, because there is a lot of quantitative data is available in iShape. So if these two are integrated, there will not be any duplication of data. So that is my suggestion.
Apart from this, there is another issue that I have observed, because recently we have done the handholding of one college from the scratch. One is the huge data, and second one is non-availability of data in the colleges. This is a major problem. So what I feel is, we are working for NAAC. Everybody has NAAC in the mind. Suppose we have system in place. Our system is to give quality. So if we are working on that line, I think NAAC is going to be the side effect of that quality. So instead of A, we are working for B. So if we have quality in mind and our parameters in college are in place, then I think documentation is also not going to be a problem. Even if NAAC changes their formats in between, still I think we will be able to adjust. So this I think has to go into everybody's mind, that we need not prepare for NAAC, but NAAC should happen automatically. So maybe we will be able to address this particular issue. Thank you, sir.
Can we have your response, ma'am? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nadav sir. Actually, you supported us. The thing is that he rightly pointed out by professors over here, the idea of AQR was the same. Every year submission of AQR, finally it will consolidate to SSR. But what is our experience to AQR is, institution is submitting AQAR, but whatever are the supporting documents as per SOP of SSR, they are not there in place. So we approve the SSR AQARs depending upon the minimum documents what is being submitted. Actually, submission of AQR is also a preparation with the institution for that particular 1 year. And slowly, if you go per year on time AQR submission, your SSR gets automatically compiled. That mechanism is not there as of now in NAAC, but the idea behind AQR was the same one, and it was been floated by Professor Ganesh Hegde. So we will look into that. Second point was about the huge documentation. First of all, what I would like to tell to all the, can you come in?
Yeah, please.
So that I can connect to the participants here.
Yes.
Yeah. Basically, the idea is that first of all, we need to read each and every document which has been posted on NAAC website. I'll come back to again. Please read manual. Please read glossaries to understand the meaning of the terms what NAAC is asking for. Sir has pointed out that after submission of IIQA, we were asked during when they opened their SSR, they suddenly came to know that their assessment period is 1 year back. So we need to understand IIQA means as on date current information. SSR seeks the information for previous completed academic 5 years. So if your AQR has been submitted in the month of April, your previous 5 completed years will be a previous year, not the current academic year. So these timelines about what do we mean by an academic year, what do we mean by a financial year, and what do we mean by a calendar year, that has to be understood. Whenever NAAC seek information for publication, it is an academic calendar we apply. Financial year we are aware of, and from June to May, that is the academic year. But what has happened due to pandemic? 2 years NAAC has given wholeheartedly the blanket extension for the academic year. 19 pandemic broke up, so the academic year was extended up to 20 December 20. So also the COVID extended in 2021. So we have extended. So we find that in those 2 years, we have some overlapping data also. So some of the data will come in the previous completed academic year and some you can post in next year. So due to this, the timelines are got disturbed. But still, as on when we received any sort of request either from the HEI or from the higher state government agencies, we try to extend the dates. You might be knowing that AQR submission deadline for the previous year has been up to 31st of December. Just because to facilitate the institution, because they did not have even a data. During pandemic, no extension activities, publications were on hold, only online conferences were possible. So looking into all these aspects, we are trying to facilitate it. But yes, there are certain things, whatever are the suggestions coming up for real-time data. For that, we will require an artificial intelligence-driven the accreditation framework. So in near future, definitely, as we are moving towards binary accreditation in light of NEP, we will try to implement it and try to capture the data. We know that there are many agencies, institution wanted to get into the ranking, institution wanted to feel the data I-shaped. But we have our own policies to validate the data as well as the documents. It may so, whatever documents are submitted for NIRF, we want some more documents. Why I tell you? Under NAAC ambit, all 55,000 institutions we think of, and it's rightly pointed out by Dr. Nadaf, in a state there can be a variation in even a reservation policy. When it comes to the Northeast, yes, ST category. Similarly, depending upon the type of institution, we need to give for list of documents goes on increasing in that case. So that we wanted that at least few of the documents in the list, they will suffice to the claims as per the metrics. So that is why in that case the documentation becomes a bit heavy. But yes, under the guidance of our present chairman, Bhushan Patwardhan ji and Dr. S.C. Sharma ji, we are rationalizing and simplifying the new manuals. That is how that small manual has come with 55 metrics. Documentation is less, and today itself we came to know that there is disclosure of benchmarks. So now we are putting the institution to know what is their standing when they submit the data along with relevant SOP, according to SOP the documents.
One more sentence I just supplement with Madam's statement.
Madam, does the grading continue or it has been discontinued?
Same thing. See, as Chairman sir said, either NAAC or NAAC documents look to be monstrous. here in the process of reforms, change, NAAC has bringing out, it is not being done within NAAC's four walls alone. Any changes, any reforms, we draw domain experts from the field like professors, principals, and vice chancellors like you from the field. For example, this benchmark disclosure and all. A committee has been constituted by two eminent vice chancellors of the country, drawn from different geographical parts. They will be looking into it, and NAAC will just facilitate. They will decide what the stakeholders, aspirants want, and that only will implement. Anyhow, this will be looked into, sir. We are in the open mind processor. Any suggestions, any questions, we are open to accept, and we will be doing it to meet your aspirations. That is what I wanted to just supplement.
Ma'am, I had one small suggestion with regards to AQAR. Instead of the simple and plain format, why can't you make a template so that my 5 years data would fall at one place? So right now, whatever we have filled and given to you, it is not even, I think, looked at the time of SSR verification.
Now, sir, if you look into the present AQAR, it is 1 year SSR. It has got a template, it has got uploads, it has got a URL link also. So if institution is sincerely applying for the AQAR with the relevant documents, their 1 year SSR is ready.
Now what I was started is the...
Yeah, previous 1.5 years we had been doing it. And earlier also we had some uploads, but template was not there. Now we have included template also.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your very kind and detailed reply. We'll open the floor to questions from the audience. My only request is when you ask a question, please briefly introduce yourself and which institution you come from. And also, rather than focusing on your current problems, where that probably will eat a lot of the time, you could talk more on futuristic lines as to what do you expect from that. My only humble submission is that all of us go through problems. I'm not saying no, and they are here, so you could take it up on an individual basis. But for the benefit of the larger audience, if you could focus on futuristic questions. Thank you.
Respected chairman and member of the panel and all the audience. So I am Professor V.N. Che from Goa Engineering College, Farmagudi. First and foremost, once again, we want to know the clarification from the NAAC that still the grade will continue. But one more thing is that NEP has 2020, but to put a small information, I am speaking as a Dean Faculty of Engineering. So we have started the revised curriculum in 2019-20. In 2019-20, we have revised the scheme and syllabus. There we have incorporated professional elective and open elective. Under the open elective, a student from electrical can take computer, mechanical, civil, or whatever the subject which will be available to him. For the 4 semester, we are offering the open elective where he can take a subjects of his liking or interlinking, where he can industry oriented. That is one thing we have incorporated. Second thing is that also we have incorporated in the new scheme that internship of 8 weeks. A compulsory internship with the 8 weeks which has been already online and it has been already in place. The first batch of internship has already completed recently, I think October, somewhere October. Another focus we have done in that line is that we are having a 2 degree. One is major degree and minor degree. We are already implementing a major, because major degree is 160 credit and one can take optional 20 credit minor degree. And minor degree can be taken from the honors from home department or from the outside the department. For example, robotics is given for the mechanical student, they can take it from other department, artificial and machine learning.
I would request you to stick
Yes.
to the question.
Yeah. Now, this is one. Similarly, in NEP, because we are talking about the NEP line, similarly, one of the issues has came that for ME structural engineering, which is started in 2015, we have got the same. 3rd semester, we have got full internship. then they will go for the project. Now, we have a request that this can be addressed because we are very keen to upload because we are already NBA accredited. And one thing, because whole process in the NBA under the Washington Accord, this process we have been following. Thank you.
Yeah, as of now, the grading pattern what we had been doing, it will continue until the further announcements. And then, whenever NAAC does certain reforms, that time we host it on the website to the public to give the feedback. It is not coming in a night that we have been doing. So whenever we do the reforms, it is on our website and we take a feedback. What rightly pointed out by Chandrasekharji, there are the expert committees being in place to look for all other reforms.
Sir, I will just ask one question.
Yeah, this is going to be the last question because unless you want to skip tea.
Sir, considering the volume of work, why not DHE give purpose to all the colleges? Second question is, AQR is open throughout the year. Why not SSR also? We will pay the money, but let the SSR be also open throughout so that we will fill the details. Is it possible?
No, as of now it is not possible because SSR, you are making up a SSR, isn't it? So we expect that yearly you keep on submitting the AQAS. What is happening now? Well, once the first cycle is over, Chairman sir, then institution goes in hibernation. They wake up when the next cycle comes into picture. So that is how there is a rush in submitting your AQAs even. And they ask for extension because IIQA we are asking for previous 5 years AQR submission link. So they ask for an extension. Madam, please give us 8 days link. Our AQR has not been submitted. If the institution is sincere enough, then there is no request for extension to SSR. You can within 45 days automatically your SSR will get ready.
Why not, madam, like ISA, give marks when an institution submits it on time, AQR,
madam,
give like ISA marks, just as we have the continuous assessment.
Incentivize
so that everybody will submit it timely per year. We have been doing it every year.
See, what NAAC expect is, NAAC is for past 2 decades doing all these, things. But finally what NAAC expects is automatically the institutionalization of quality culture. That is being expected. It's not for NAAC purpose. That is how Bhushanji started with the first quote that assessment not for NAAC purpose. For quality academic culture in the institution we wanted to promote. That is why it is voluntary process. He said that it will be up to the institution after getting into binary accreditation. If they feel like the program they are having some star performance, then they will come for the graded accreditation. So this is a voluntary process. Incentivize इससे अच्छा है कि regularly आप submit करते रहें. With the permission of chair, you can.
Please. One question. Yeah. If you permit. I want your name and your institution. Thank you.
I'm Dr. R.B. Lavani, Principal of Goa College of Engineering. You are also a member of my governing committee. On instruction of sir, I am again introducing. I am Dr. R.B. Lavani, Principal Goa College of Engineering. From morning I am listening that there should be quality, and we have to fill the forms and all. Madam, honestly speaking, the tremendous workload of the faculty members is that in filling the forms, they are not able to do quality or justice. Every people will be saying, do this, do this, do this. I as a principal also take a lot of inputs from the faculty, and I know they are compromising with the teaching and learning process. One minute, no clapping please. I am putting the facts in front of the board. I am not here to be a politician or something. I am telling the fact. Why I am talking about this? Because the moment we talk about quality, we need certain other things to supplement this. Every time our reports talks about faculty, teaching, nowhere it is talking about the non-teaching staff, what is basically required for the system. And the workload, when I talk workload, the higher authorities only 16 hours or 17 hours or 18 hours what we have to take. They don't think how much a faculty has to prepare if he's really talking about quality. If he's want to really set a quality question paper, do quality assessment, there are 80 to 120 students in a class, and you think a faculty member will be really able to give that correct assessment? And what you say, sir, that you have been in abroad and all, forget about that. Go to IITs, NITs or IIMs. They have faculty members for delivering the lecture. They have assistants to take care of these other activities. And this is what is the basic need of the hour, rather than talking about the documentation. You are telling me to do documentation, I have to do it. I put some input here and there, and it goes. And in this way we fabricate many times the things. Sorry to say that, but that is what is the real scenario. So if you want really quality, we want to be Vishwaguru, we want to be at the top of the affair, these are the basic things. If you really work about, the problem of 13% employment can be easily solved. If you really look towards the work, yes, if the people are given their dues, this employment problem can be solved and quality education can be given. But practically, we all teachers should speak the truth. We should have ethics. When we are talking about ethics is one of the important parameters here, we are lagging there. Sorry to say that. And if we really consider this and incorporate in ourselves, these problems will automatically be shielded out. That is only my submission, not to harm anybody, but my assessment being in the system for last 32 years. And we also, at Goa College of Engineering, wants to be a degree awarding institution, which I want to make it absolutely clear. He gave an example of 4 states and 5 states. Sorry to say that, in Karnataka, not a single government engineering college has got NBA. Madam can supplement to that to me. And they are also running.
Thank you.
So where is the quality? Another thing, I really don't. Sorry.
We are running out of time. Thank you. Thanks for your comments. I think the broader message that we are getting is that, we have to adopt the NAAC accreditation process as a way of life in the institution. And I'm not saying that, it is only one way and not the other way. I think both have to go hand in hand. NAAC also has to progress to a level of documentation which is easier to handle or easier to implement. But the institutions also have to believe that when I gave the example of ISO 9000, you have to, today, industries and companies have to follow ISO 9000 in letter and spirit. Because otherwise, if one product goes wrong, and if it doesn't adhere to those principles, that product gets rejected. In here, you have to think of your students as products. If we can't fill the documentation, we need a solution to find a solution to how that documentation could be made easier. Don't take it in the wrong context of saying easier. How do you manage to effectively fill those forms or do it? Now, Professor raised another issue whether the faculty has time. Now, that's a separate discussion and debate altogether. But what I'm saying is that larger interest should be that documentation has to keep in line with how we are going to look at NEP in the future. And if that documentation doesn't keep in line, and in the same aspect, we also have to think, we can't just say we have got NAAC and we can't do anything else. That will ruin the institution. So it has to, both ways, I think there is a responsibility. So I would like to end with that. I think Professor Nadaf had one suggestion and then we'll close this session.
Ma'am, this was a suggestion for you. This was a problem that I faced on 1st December. Whatever notices you have, you put up on the website. I believe those who are assessed, they are already registered on the portal. So why can't you send one simple message through portal that so and so thing is happening? So what happened was, ours is a government college. So we have to take the approvals for payment. So we had taken approval for the fee that was actually prescribed. And unfortunately, we couldn't get the approval on 30th. We got it on 1st. And when we went to pay on first, then we discovered that 59,000 rupees more we have to pay. And again we went back to the government that 59,000 rupees, now the logistic fee is increased. It is increased. So now for that, we again have to route the files, and it would take another 15 days time. And by that time we finished 15 days. And on the 15th day, night at 11 o'clock, our IQAC coordinator paid money from her funds. Whether she will get a recovery, I don't know, whether she will be reimbursed or not, because we have a different system altogether. So why can't you send one message, one whatever it is, through the portal, because NAAC is communicating portal to portal. So please, thank you.
Yes, sir. Can I?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
I think there are two parts. Accreditation is a fees. Logistics is an actual expenditure. That it's not an actual expenditure only that you are changing.
Not with the
performing in time. Response.
You have put up on the website that from 1st December so and so change will happen. Fine, no dispute on that. Because we cannot go every day to the website. Understand? So if suppose a message comes to the portal that there is increase in fee or so, new development has taken place, everybody will come.
We will just take that suggestion. Take that suggestion.
Any sort of reforms we will push it through our
Anything through portal, if you can communicate, that
Yes,
is
definitely.
wonderful.
We can take this.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the panel members who have at great length discussed all the issues at hand in terms of NAAC accreditation, keeping in line with NEP. My special thanks to Dr. Leena as well as Mr. Chandrasekhar for cooperating in this session. Although you were not a part of the session officially, it was very nice of you to respond to all the queries, and I think you all have gone at great length to discuss. And also the spirit of saying that we will accept suggestions. We are very, very grateful to you for having come here and participated in this session. Thank you once again. Yeah, please.
No. Thanks for your generous compliments, sir. I will end with maybe we will be leaving like now for some other program. I will just end with quoting one dristant of yesteryears in Gurukul system. What was there? The Acharya doing his Anushtana inside, one fine morning, hears one young tender voice from outside. Acharya, are you there? Acharya calls from inside. Who is that? Doesn't get reply. After some time, Acharya comes out, sees nobody, gets into his work. Next day around the same time, the same voice is heard. Acharya, are you there? Acharya calls from inside. What do you want? No reply comes. After some time, Acharya comes, sees nobody. Third day, the same voice is heard. Acharya, are you there? Acharya calls from inside. Who are you? No voice comes. Acharya was surprised. Fourth day, same voice comes. Without shouting from inside, Acharya comes and sees a young boy. Asks him, are you the same person coming every day and asking? Yes. Why did not you answer me? Boy says, I did not have answer to your questions. It opens his mind. Oh, now you have opened my mind also. I too do not have answer. Come, let us sit together, find answers collectively.
For the wonderful stand that you have presented in front of us. Like I said at the beginning, for good ideas and true innovations, you need human interaction, conflict, argument and debate. So this session was a combination of all of the four, I can say. And then finally, I won't speak much. On behalf of Vidya Prabodhini College, I thank Sri Srinivas Dempo sir for sportingly agreeing to chair this session and also generously sponsoring this event. Okay, so big round of applause for sir. Also thanks to our panelists, Professor Arolkar sir, Professor Pusulikar sir and Professor Nadab sir for putting forth their views and answering questions. Also thank to Rina Gane ma'am and Chandrasekhar sir for being here and sorting our difficulties at time and again. I also place special thanks to all the sponsors for today's seminar. There is NAAC, Hotel Fidalgo, Tempo Charities Trust, Eternia Villas, Extra Marks, Ethernet Express, DLF and ITC. Thank you all the members for actively participating in this session. We'll now break for a short tea break of 10 minutes and we'll gather back for the valedictory session. Thank you so much.
Our 10 years journey since 2012 to 2022. I would request the chairman of Prabodhan Education Society, my principal, Dr. Bhushan Bhave, to escort the guest onto the dais. As we are leading to the end of this national seminar, I have been given some duties, dual duty of introducing the guest as well as being the host for this particular valedictory function. The dignitaries on the dais, and before I start with the introduction of our chief guest for the valedictory function, I would like to recognize or take a cognizance of the presence of eminent personalities in this audience. We have got Professor Radhika Naik, ex-officiating registrar, Goa University, Principal Anil Dingesa, Director, Distao, Sri Rajendra Bhove sir, Chartered Accountant and Secretary of Prabodhan Education Society, Professor Ratnakar Lele sir, former member, Executive Council, Goa University. We have got Shri Manoj Patil from Chief Minister's Office, Shri Upendra Joshi, OSD to CM, our beloved member of our management, Professor Datta Naik sir, and Shri Srinivas Dempo, a renowned industrialist, Dempo Group of Companies. Friends, today we have with us for the valedictory function a chief guest, an eminent personality into the business, Mr. Rajkumar Kamath. He is a mechanical engineer by profession and a promoter of EP Kamath Group, which is an ISO certified manufacturer, and have won 2 national awards and focused on contributing towards clean, green and safe planet. He has made employment creation through entrepreneurial growth as his life mission and has been taking this forward through various responsibilities like Executive Director, President, Member, Chairman, Immediate Past President, Former President, Managing Trustee, Ex-Director and Member on various eminent bodies. EP Group received a National Award in 2003 for Best Success Story in Rural Industrialization and another National Award in 2010 for Outstanding Efforts in Entrepreneurship. He was awarded as a Business Enabler of the Year Award in 2018 and recognized as a rainmaker for his contribution to Goa's business ecosystem on the cover page of Business Goa, Goa's premium business magazine in October 2020. Many a times it happens that we see the success of the person. One important line in his CV I have admired and I like that line. We never see the efforts of the person behind the success. And one important line he has mentioned that he has achieved all these things with one key, and that key is listen to understand and rather respond. I think we cannot have more than what we are having here as our chief guest, Shri Rajkumar Kamath. I request all the participants and people present in this august audience to kindly put your hands together and welcome our guest. Sir has also requested me to just in a nutshell to conclude in the gist about the proceedings of this particular seminar. We have listened to the in the keynote address of our speaker, wherein the emphasis we have seen that there are 5 principles that were emphasized, and those are access, equity, quality, affordability, and very importantly, accountability. Now, in the process of NEP 2020, there are so many questions that were raised by the participants and ably answered by all the eminent personalities over here, right from the chairman of NEC and beloved principals of fraternity of Goan principals. Now, we need to understand that many times with the students community, when to motivate students, we say there are so many sentences we say, and importantly I just like to mention here. We say the change is permanent, and we say it is inevitable. We try to motivate students now, and we should be ready for the change. We also say that survival of the fittest. We also sometimes say that nothing is impossible. The word itself says I am possible. Now let us put ourselves into the position of the student. And there was one song by Adnan Sami, Thoda sa lift kara do. We need to, I think, lift ourselves little bit toward upper side, so that we will be ready for this inevitable change that is coming, that is NEP-2020. And in the question answer session, there were so many issues about documentation and all those things. What I see NEC as, we say that we are doing, the NEC is asking so many things from the colleges, and we have to comply to that expectation of NEC. In fact, what I see NEC as a higher education institution, we are expected to do these many things. They are just trying to see whether we are near to that benchmark or not. Because of NEC accreditation process, because of the criteria, we have got some opportunity to understand or explore the potential opportunities that higher education institution can achieve. And definitely no system will will be sustained if there are no changes. The same way, the accreditation process will also go through changes. The suggestions that we have given this particular seminar will be positively taken by NEC, and that will be taken care in the years of accreditation under NEP-2020. So from this particular seminar, the takeaway is, as a Goan college, as a small state, we can have a kind of a pilot project, as we say, when the small community colleges, small community, small student number, we can actually set up some new benchmark for the entire country. And there is a request to NEC that any changes or anything that you want to envisage, please try to experiment that in Goa, because Goan education system and the people who are engaged in education are proactive, and they are very supportive in bringing such changes. So with this introductory comment, I would like to request our principal to kindly say a few words on this occasion.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Chief Guest of the valedictory function, eminent industrialist of Goa, Shri Rajkumarji Kamath, Chairman of Prabodhan Education Society, Shri Sanjay Balalkar, Coordinator of the seminar, Dr. Arun, dignitaries present in the audience, delegates, principals of colleges, IQSC, NEP and NEC coordinators of different colleges in Goa and outside Goa. There was a participation of 2 states, Karnataka and Maharashtra, to this seminar, with the total number of 11 participants coming from outside Goa. Dear friends, we were trying to organize such an activity in July. We started in July. But when we had decided about this activity, we had firmly decided that we should have some NEC authority for this program, who will answer our questions. And we were contacting the NEC chairman right from July. And yesterday he admitted that I could not spare time before that. So finally we could get his date, 7 December. This date we have got only say 20 days in advance. That 7 December he is coming to Goa and he will be available for half day for us. So within 20 days, it was a challenging task for all of us to organize this sort of a seminar. We call it national. I don't know what are the credentials for calling some activity a national. But then we could do it. I requested my every faculty to visit 2-3 colleges which are convenient for them to visit. And they did it. They went there, they had a dialogue with the principal, the dean of the college, the IPSC members. This was done, we could have get Google registration forms also, but then this was done as a part of the organization. See, every faculty should be also a good organizer. And that's why we see the audience here is still seated at 4:30, 4:35 p.m. That credit goes to my faculty who have contacted them, they have told the importance of this seminar. And you also, when we have got such good faculties, research persons also, you are also interested in the entire day's seminar. Dear friends, for this valedictory function we were trying to invite somebody whom we have missed right from the morning. We had covered academicians, we had covered principals, managements, government, DHE representatives, all components were covered, but one component was left out, and that is industry. Although Baba Dempo was there, Srinivas Dempo was there, but he was representing as a management and not as an industrialist. So we were in search of somebody who could represent in true sense the industry and who could speak on industry education correlation. And then Mr. Rajkumar Kamath came to our mind and he has accepted our invitation. In fact, in the morning I quoted Mahatma Phule. At the valedictory I would like to quote Baba Saheb Ambedkar again. He said in 1950, if the industry refuses to employ the trainees, it is obvious that nobody is going to bother about the technical training. And the training centers will have to be closed down. He was referring to education during that time. He says, I am, however, prepared to admit that there are facts in our training scheme. I am also prepared to accept any reasonable changes that may be suggested to make our trainees passable to the industry. And who can be the best person to suggest such changes other than Shri Rajkumar Kamath? So on behalf of Vidya Prabodhini College, sir, I welcome you to this August gathering. We are completing, as you must have seen from the video, we are completing 10 years this year. So as a part of decennial celebrations, many such activities are going to follow at the state level, at the national level. In the next month, we are planning All Goa Headmasters Conference, because we are running an education college and we have constant rapport with the high schools for internship, for practice teaching. So we need to put some inputs there, especially in internship, which has become a paper activity nowadays. So in order to have some sort of a relation and some sort of, SOPs to be drawn in terms of internship, we are organizing again a one day All Goa Headmasters. Nearly 460 schools are there in Goa, so that will be also a major activity. In terms of cultural activities also, sports also, we are going to organize some state and national level events. I request your wholehearted cooperation, participation in all such activities which Vidya Prabodhini will organize in the future. In fact, let me put on record my sincerest thanks to all of you for your tremendous response from 43 colleges in Goa out of 63. And I think I know why 23 have not participated, because they have apprehension in their mind whether to go for NBA or to go for NEP. Many people have expressed that to us also. But in the time to come, we will be definitely marching forward for the implementation of NEP, and Vidya Prabodhini will be pleased to do their part of the duty. With these words, I again welcome you to the valedictory function. Our warm welcome to our chief guest of the day, Shri Rajkumar Kamath. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. As a mark of respect and love, I request our chairman of Prabodhana Education Society, Shri Valalkar sir, to give a seminar kit and a pen to our chief guest for the valedictory function, Shri Kamath. As sir has rightly pointed out, one of the important challenge for the academic institutions like us is to have a linkage between industry and academy. I would request now our chief guest to give us that guidance and spirit, how we can link ourselves to the industry and make our student employable. Rather, in other spirit, we can say that entrepreneurs. I request you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marathe. First and foremost, I would like to heartily congratulate Sanjay Bab, Chairman Sanjay Bab, as well as Principal Dr. Bhushan Bhave, and the entire team of Vidya Prabodhini College for organizing this particular event today. I think it's a very, very important one from the academics point of view. But what I could see when I came in was the energy, okay, which was there in the hall. And I was just trying to correlate, okay. Here are, because there are quite a few my professors here, as well as I think so many people, so many students who have gone through with so many teachers around. And teachers ultimately impart knowledge, and we also believe that lamp signifies knowledge, and I was amazed to see that the lamp which you must have lighted in the morning is still lighted. That I do believe indicates the energy which the teachers bring in, okay, to any such sessions. So when I was sitting and listening and looking at NAAC there and NEP there, about which I'm not aware, and then suddenly people started talking about something called AQR and SSR, okay, and I was not sure, what would be my value addition. So I just talked to Dr. Bhushan, says, what is my role, So he says, no, don't worry. What you need to talk about is the industry-institute relationship. So that was somewhat, I was a bit comfortable. Then I was also thinking, yes, I do not know much about NAAC, but the thing is, I do believe one of the objectives of any college, any educational institution, ultimately is, at least one of the objectives, is to have its products which are coming out to be industry ready, okay. And I do believe, I'm sure there will be some portions in NAAC which refer to this or account for this. Then when I was just listening, okay, I could understand quite a few issues that were coming up, the problems that people were facing, especially in terms of documentation and all. And then there was one voice which talked about, we are doing it always on time, okay. And I was happy to hear, because one of the things I do believe could possibly add value, I do not know how it is possible, is by sharing of best practices, okay. If some of the colleges are doing something, okay, which is producing results for them, okay, and if we have, some of these colleges share how they are doing it, possibly all the colleges would be in a position to implement those things, at least things which they can possibly implement. Yes, there many times culturally there is a difference, but there are some things I do believe some colleges may have cracked the way to do certain things, and those best practices sharing, if you can take an initiative on this best practices sharing, I think it will be useful to all the colleges as well. I was also interacting during the break, and then I was just discussing and what about NEP? What exactly is being talked about? And what I understand, it's going to be a major overall, okay. And if there is a major overall, there was one thing I felt, I've always been feeling about it, and I thought I would just express it in front of you, is since we are dealing with students, we are dealing with youth, can we have a process, can we have a system, can we have a structure, or can we have something, okay, whereby we are in a position to guide the students to identify their passions and take it forward. Okay, because I do believe through hard work, through smart work, you can be successful. But if you are in a line and in an area of your passion, you will be able to excel. And what we are trying to do with students is we are trying to make them successful. We want them to excel. Okay, and if they get into an area of passion and they can excel, I think all of us would be happy. So possibly, I'm sure NEP or something would have that sort of a link, structure, system somewhere wherein those passions could possibly be identified and people could move. I'll just give you one example in my own family. My younger daughter, Ashma, 10th standard, she has scored in maths and science about 93-94%, but she decides to go for BCom. Okay, and mind you, I do not think today we have from 1st to 10th there is any subject which is commerce related. Okay, how people select what to go in for is itself a question mark for me. Okay, I did not know her thing, which I came to know later. I will tell you about it. But she decided to go for BCom. Okay, so I said fine. First year, so at the end of first year, she was asked, so what's your plan? I want to do CA. Okay. Then she saw the people struggling. Okay. Second year, she says, I would like to do MBA. Okay. After BCom. Now, when she was in third year, beginning of the third year, I had then invited one international speaker called Janet Atwood. She has written the book called The Passion Test. Okay. And it allows you to identify your own passions. Okay. Since she had come, there were nearly 400 young students there at NIO auditorium, and all went through this session of hers. After that, I called her and told her, okay, now that you have gone through the passion test, please go through the test and identify what your passion is. And incidentally, she came out, you were supposed to identify some 15 areas of passion and then boil them down to 3 to 5. Okay. But she could only think of one and not go beyond it, and that was hairstyling. Where is BCom, CA, MBA, and ultimately we are coming to this. When she said that, the mother was there. So mother said, Kine? To case kab talega? There was so I told her, okay, now that you are doing your final year BCom, continue with that. Okay, we will handle this after you have finished your BCom. Okay. Now I was a person in between, and already my wife was blaming me for having called that speaker and all that. Anyway, she finished BCom and she said, Daddy finished BCom, now can I do that course in hairstyling? The mother says, okay. So she was quite perturbed. So I told her, now that you have done BCom, you come to my office, okay, at least practically understand how whatever you have taught in, learned as a part of BCom, you can apply. Okay, look after this portion of the accounts at least, this unit, you just look after. And then there is somebody already to guide you. So she's, and then after 5-6 months, we will look at this. Okay, so she was coming. Regularly, that was different, but she was trying to come. And in the meanwhile, the mother was, wherever she was going, people were asking, Ashma BCom da jata kine fude? Okay. And she was saying, kine tajat to clean pisha balla man kon jana te hairstyling karun sutta. And people said, wow, that's fantastic. Now there is a scope for it, and it is no more something which, when that started happening, slowly mother internalized it. Okay, so I was waiting for this. So next, when my daughter talked about this, then we had a talk, and it was decided that she would, she could. And mind you, so I told her, okay, now look out for the best institute. Okay, we are very kind of. Now Tony and Guy, London, are supposed to be one of the best. Okay, so she said Tony and Guy, and when she was searching, she found that they had started a franchise in Mumbai. So she didn't have to go all the way to London. She could do it in Mumbai. In about 8 or 9 months' time, she finished the course. She was doing extremely well at that course. She came back. She did her, she started doing freelancing, and then she started her own studio. And right from month one, not it was just doing break even, but it was doing profit. And this girl who doesn't normally wake up until 11 a.m. Okay, today when it is bridal, 3 a.m. she wakes up, she goes wherever she has to go. So what is it? It was just passion, and you can make it out when even she touches your hair. The love flows from there. So that is the sort of thing. So my request is, wherever possible, wherever we can, if we can, help students identify their passions and guide them towards it, I think it will do a world of good. They will be extremely happy. And what do we need? We need happy people as we move along, content and happy, and that's what they would be. That was just this one. But coming to the industry interaction, okay, and this is a subject which is very close to my heart, and I would, I do believe so many things can be done with very structured industry institute interactions. Okay, I do believe it happens. It happens more on a public platform as a discussion and all, and it remains there. Actions do not happen. So if we can have a platform where we have this industry institute interaction, just as a long-term thing, okay, it is a small group of people who are doing it, okay, at different places, different people are involved, different people from industry, different people from academics. I believe many good things will come out of it. The other day at the Goa Chamber of Commerce, at the managing committee, not managing committee, it was a meeting of the chairman of the different committees. And the retail committee head came out, they said that there are no courses in Goa which are teaching people about handling retails. And retail today is coming in a big way. And so many of our youth are actually getting employed in retail. Okay, but there are no such courses. Okay, yes, to start something big would take its own time, but can we not have a small 3 months, 6 months? I do not know whether it is allowed as a part of NAAC, but this is something which can be done. Okay, and industry is more than willing to come forward, interact, identify a curriculum, maybe identify a syllabus, offer guest faculty, so that some such thing can be started. I think it is these interactions which will identify the need of the industry. And once the need of the industry is identified, and such small 3-month courses, etc., can be accommodated, okay, I do believe the industry will be able to get industry-ready people there. Okay, so while your normal courses are continuing, your graduation, etc., is continuing, these 3 to 6 months, depending upon the complexity, these courses could make a big difference, is what I feel. And it doesn't, because all the basic things are already taught. Okay, it is just that fine-tuning or the finishing school, what you call it as. Okay, but here the finishing in school need not be a very broad thing, but a very specific thing based on where the people could fit in. Okay, so I think that is something which could definitely be done. And being a part of most of the industry organizations, Dr. Bhushan, I would like to welcome any help that would be required from my side in starting such an interaction. Coming to the internships, someone just mentioned that internship is on paper. I think Professor, you mentioned it, yes. And I really feel so. Let's not have internship for the sake of internship, because there were, for example, two students who came and that from BBA HR, I think, and they wanted to come as internship for a period of 6 weeks, but only on Friday, Saturday. They may be having constraints, of course. The college must be having constraints. I do not know what those are. But what happens is the industry is not in a position to give them an assignment that way. If they need to learn as an intern, they need to be given on-the-job training, and to give those assignments, you need continuity. So I would request that this internship model, let's identify, how it can be effectively used, because this is one step, towards actually making people employable. And employability is, I think, at the top of our mind. Even with reference to the projects, I do remember our projects in engineering college also. There was one project that every batch used to do only that project. So the thing is, I think, but today I do believe there is a lot of innovation which has come. And the students too are, thanks to our Prime Minister Modi ji, startup has got its glamour. And with that glamour, a lot of youngsters are propelled to, think of something totally out of the world, practical or not practical, that is different. But yes, I think better projects are coming up, and in any way, industry can help students in their project work. I'm sure industry would be ready to come forward. But what's important, I do believe at the end of it, is that mechanism where we can have continuous rapport. Until some formal thing is built, every college could possibly have 4 or 5 people from the industry interacting with them on a regular basis with this specific agenda, and not just any general thing. And that way it could start, and then it could become a more formal thing. So this is what I would like to say, and I would be very happy if I can be useful in any of such efforts in having this industry institute co-relationship, so that ultimately we do get youths which are employable, youths who would actually want to do work which they are happy about. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a very practical and thought-provoking speech. One takeaway that I have noted down, and from Vidya Prabodhini College, I assure you, sir, the industry academia platform that you have suggested, we will come up with one proposal and request your help for the implementation of that platform. Coming to an end, many times it happens that we enjoy the event, the delicious food and everything, and forget the hands which have worked to give that atmosphere and the happiness that we enjoyed a day. We take this opportunity to recognize all the hard work that people from Fidalgo has done to serve us with the delicious food, the air conditioners, and everything that has made us happy and very comfortable in this particular conference room. On their behalf, I request Shri Kaustubh to come forward and receive a token of love from Vidya Prabodhini College. I request our chairman, Shri Balalkar sir, to give the seminar kit as a token of love and mark of respect to the staff of Hidalgo. I request all of you to put your hands together. Thank you. Now I call upon Dr. Pinkesh Davolkar to propose the vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Respected dignitaries of the days, respected participants. With all the informative sessions, the time has come to work out more confidently with a positive outlook to oversee the changes posed by NEP-2020. I am Dr. Pinkesh Dabolkar, and it gives me immense pleasure to stand in front of this august gathering to propose a vote of thanks to all those who helped us in successfully organizing this national seminar. On behalf of Prabodhan Education Societies, Vidya Prabodhan College of Commerce, Education, Computer and Management, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our Honorable CM, Dr. Pramod Sawant, Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal Menon, for gracing this seminar. We also thank Director of Higher Education, Sri Prasad Lolyekar, and other officials for supporting in organizing of this seminar. We sincerely thank today's keynote speaker, NEC Executive Committee Chairman, Professor Bhushan Patawardhan, for accepting our invitation and providing his perspective on the changes to come and the accreditation process to follow. We also thank Dr. Leena Ghane, Deputy Advisor in NEC Executive Committee, and also Professor Chandrasekhar, Administrative Advisor, NEC, for answering various queries raised by the participants. We thank our today's esteemed panelists, Sri Srinivas Tempo, Professor Dilip Arolkar, Professor Vikas Pisulekar, and Professor Nadav, for being such a delight and sharing their viewpoints. We thank Sri Rajkumar Kamath Sarji for accepting our invitation and gracing the valedictory session of the seminar. Thank you, sir. We also take this opportunity to record our sincere gratitude towards our collaborators, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, then the DEMPO group of companies, Hotel Fidalgo, DLF Group, Extra Marks Online Learning Platform, ITC Limited, and Ethernet Express for their generous support in organizing of this seminar. We are also thankful to all the media houses for providing a comprehensive coverage to this national seminar. I also thank Professor Ratnakar Lele, Professor Radhika Naik, Sri Anil Dingle for gracing this national seminar. We thank our college principal, Dr. Bhushan Bhave, our college management chairman, Sri Sanjay Walawalkarji, Secretary Rajendra Bhobe, member Datta Naik sir, for providing all the support in organizing of this seminar. A big thank you to all the participating principals, IQAC coordinators, NEC coordinators, and NEP coordinators from different colleges across the states of Goa, Maharashtra, and Karnataka for your active participation and raising pertinent questions and helping us get better insights into the NEC accreditation in light of NEP 2020. We at Vidya Prabodhini College are really happy and enthusiastic to shoulder other such programs in upcoming days and look forward for your participation and support. Finally, I thank all those who were directly or indirectly involved in making this event a success. Have a great evening. Thank you, one and all. We will finish the event with the national anthem. I request